Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Play Dicely. It's not easy to do hat things on this channel when you've also got over-the-ear headphones, but glad to have you all back here, and I tip my hat to you and also throw it up and over because I'm not going to need that for anything beyond this bit.
I was hoping you'd try and put it on top of your headphone.
If I was going to commit to a full hat during the entire session, I'd have done earbuds, as I've done before with the pirate hat. But speaking of the people that are talking to me that you all can't see out there, hi, firstly, my name is Teni Dicely. I'm going to be your game master this evening because we're going to play some Dungeons & Dragons. And I can't do that by myself, so I'm going to play this with the voices that we all collectively share because we are together.
The voice
Crazy.
in your head.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Those voices are owned.
That?
Oh shit.
Hello.
We
Look
have
at all
bodies.
that.
We're not just voices.
Wow, I'm a
Wish
real
you'd-
boy.
Told me in advance that you were gonna see me today. This is so embarrassing.
Well, I'm sorry. Didn't realize it was such a point of contention. And
You're right up.
oh yeah. That's what I should have done. I should have done an Australian thing with that hat. Maybe next time.
Next time.
Dingo ate my baby. Anyway, I've got no announcements.
Sorry, Australians.
That is a
Yes.
joke.
What happened? Who would like to go first? I believe I usually pass it over to Ryan after I have no announcements.
Oh, shoes. I got a freaking, I got no bit today. There's no bit today, okay? I'm just thanking Tim. There's no bit. So, thank you, Tim. We get our music from Tabletop Audio, which is a lovely little website run by an individual named Timmy Tabletop, legal name. And basically, if you want to give Timmy your money for some music that he produces, go for it. It's a nice little website. You get a big library of music. It's sci-fi, fantasy. It's a good vibe. Check it out. I'm passed along to Anthony. Thanks, followers.
Oh, yep. You know, I'm just out here in beautiful nature, just observing the birds. Oh, there's one. Just goes by right now. Oh, very nice. Hey. I'm out here with my three best friends in the whole wide world, you see. We got Quentin Teapot. He's just over there checking out some leaves. Oh, hey, bud. Those are poisonous, eh? Don't touch those. And then over there, we got Rivenari. Thanks for coming by, eh? Really like you. You're nice. And then, oh, there goes a King Crow with 2 W's and underscore. Thanks for coming by, bud. Appreciate you. All right, back to you, Denny.
Oh, gee, I didn't realize we were going to be pulling out our Canadian there, April.
Yo,
Oh,
holy
yeah.
fuck, bud.
Out
That's
here in
crazy.
nature.
You know what? That's what I freaking loved about D&D, is that we all just go out in the bush and be amongst the squirrels and our brethren and whatnot there and just roll some dice there, eh, bud?
Weird place to play D&D, but sure.
We got's what we got, and maple syrup's what's we got. So we better get onto this game before we drown in this maple syrup.
That's what I appreciate about you guys.
Oh,
to hear.
Jonimus knows the bits. Want to go get a Timmy's, eh?
There you go.
Anybody going for a rip to get some
Just
Timmy's?
out for a rip there, are you, bud?
Double.
Oh, yeah. Double, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, lay. All right. Well, how's about we play some D&D, eh?
Oh, yeah, bud.
Aye.
Oh, great, good. All right. Well, I'll head back on over to my solo screen here, which is the norm for this situation. Oh, hi there. All right, and let me just pull up my recap here, even though we just watched Dallas do it. All right. Where we left off. The Seekers have cleared the Vishti Enclave of its void presence, but not without some losses on their side. While Abe's soul awaited his fate, he was proposed a deal by He Whose Hunger is Unending, offering Abe power in exchange for the Argonfolk body after Abe's duties were complete. A deal that seemed to be left open before Abe was resurrected by his party. The Seekers took the opportunity to rest amidst the Cloud Village with the Archdruid Huiyan, but many questions were asked by the party, especially Dracul. After the long rest in the clouds, the party was given many objects and blessings by the Archdruid in thanks for their service, and offered to take them out of the Rinzar Peaks. Turning into an adult dragon made of quartz-like crystal, the group first stopped in Darokarth once more, where Drac was able to see his family and friends once again. Huion met with the Doranari of Darokarth to discuss the nature of their worship and his own orchestrations in their coming to be within the peaks. Once all matters losing my tongue. Once all matters were settled in Darokarth, the Seekers were once again whisked away atop the dragon and taken to the western edge of the Blizzardy Mountains. Setting down on a decently close walk to Nell's home village of Varmhall, the party raced their way down the mountain. With most of the group daring to ride down on their shields, Alwyn and Azaria waited at the bottom of the mountain as the rest of the party crashed into a pile, with Abe winning this shield sled race. And that's where we left off since last time. So, group, you are... There we go. I was like, why aren't we coming back? So, the lot of you were back in the village. Oh, Dungeon Select! Hey! Thank you for the
Hi,
raid!
Dungeon Select.
Hello.
You're just in time. I recapped the last episode. Oh, what a lovely bunch. So,
Bless
the,
you.
the lot of you have just come sliding down the mountain atop your shields, with the exception of Azaria and Elwyn, who seem to know better.
I'm a deer.
Azaria is currently a deer. But you guys are somewhat near the mines that operate in the mountains east of Varmhall Village. So, what is your course of action? I assume you're heading to Varmhall Village.
I think so.
Yeah, that seems like
Yeah.
the plan.
Yeah, the
People
pile
they
of
know.
people will have to get themselves separated and up and out of the
Okay, so
tangle of
if
bodies.
you pull your leg out of there, Gideon, and then I pull my arm, we should be able to... Oh, no, we're stuck again.
Yeah, we're
I try and help with my deer hooves, but I realize that this does nothing.
I stand up somehow and I just have like a split like lip and like my teeth are all bloody. Ah, that was so fun, guys. Just like childhood.
The rest of us are just hanging off of Nell.
It's like
I just like,
giant pretzel.
kept
Yeah.
you guys up.
Yeah.
Like, let's go.
Oh, now this is travel. Here we go.
Just start walking.
The lot of you make your way back towards Varmhall through the I suppose well-walked trail. Definitely not as well-walked as the coming into the village. Not many people make their way out of the mountain and into Varmhall. But it's probably about a half hour's walk from the mine back to the village proper. And people see the lot of you coming from the east, and as you enter into the village, people kind of like look at you, recognize Nell, and then, oh, okay. Did anybody see them come into the village? And then people get back to their stuff. But you guys are back in Varmhall, Nell's home village. What in particular do you guys have planned?
What time of day is it?
Yeah.
It is currently about, oh dear, when did we leave off? I think it's about early afternoon, because you guys did run back to Darokarth first. Had some hours there. So maybe just a little past noon.
I think
Azaria
once we
has
get
to
into the
meditate.
village, I will like deer, just be a person again.
We could maybe rest here the night and then head out in the morning.
That works.
Probably a good plan.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I was told to meditate at the pool of water, but I think I'll wait till maybe like nighttime so there's less people about the village.
Yeah,
A little hard
during
to
the day.
meditate when just stare at all the folks here.
yeah, it is kind of like a hub during the day, but around dinner time, once we don't really like need the water as much, it becomes less busy.
Did we
I'm-
want to investigate the well again? Just to make sure it's all the same as when we left?
Can't hurt. Well,
Well,
actually, maybe it could.
Why don't we check in first, because I think we did mention it to a couple people from my family, so maybe they might know something or
I
Sounds
think
good.
that makes sense. A lot of your family is off doing things on our behalf anyways, so it might be worth seeing what's
Yeah.
up with them.
yeah, not entirely sure who's actually here. So I'm gonna swing up to the lodge and see if anyone's in there, and if not, press my house. But
yeah, at the moment there doesn't seem to really be any. No, actually, that's not entirely true. In the main lodge of the village, you head up the middle kind of elevation into the main lodge, and inside there are a few paladins you haven't seen in quite some time. You know, extended family and people who've gone out years ahead, back for the first time in quite some years. And people seem to be catching up amongst themselves and chatting. But you don't see any of your family. Like, not the direct family.
okay. I'll just kind of give a nod and a wave, and then guess duck back out and go to my house and see.
Yeah, those who catch your eye also give a wave and get back to their conversations. And you make your way past the newly grown tree since you guys had previously left, and the burning pyre that sits below it, on your way to your house. The doors are closed, but you do hear voices inside.
Sweet. I'll just give like a knock and then open it. Hello.
And in the middle of the room, your mother, your sister Runa, and your two smaller siblings. To which, quite surprised faces. Oh, Neil, I wasn't, I was about to tell you to come in, but looks like you already had that right.
I mean, I do live here, so I can come in if I want to.
Well, you live here very off and on, I'll say, but I suppose you could still have your bed. It's good to see you, daughter.
I mean, it's good to see you too. If you're trying to kick me out, I can leave. But thought I'd pop in.
Oh, don't be so gruff. And she'll come over and just give you a big ol' hug.
I return it, and then switch back to common for the sake of my friends. So we went up to the mountains and learned a lot. I don't know if you need to know all of it because it's kind of intense, but I'll give it kind of just like a overview
Right.
of everything. How is everything here? Has anything happened with the pool at all?
Oh, with the pool? No. It seems, as far as I know, well, there was a bit of time where me and your sister were also out. We made that trek to Balesville.
What happened?
Well, we showed up, quite a few of us. Runa came with me, declared our presence as Paladins of Fyra, and we met with Kardrak. That we just made a formal proclamation that our paladins would not be involved in any coming fight on either side of the Ascendancy or their rebellion.
What did he say?
Well, he actually took it pretty quietly, but he gave us permission to leave, and we brought home everybody that was there. However, if you end up talking to anybody, there's seems to be some split decisions, but I had to flex a bit of the Fyra muscle, as I am kind of the current matriarch voice of this family line.
I'm gonna exchange a look with Runa that she would understand to be like, was Leaf there? Was he part of it? Like,
Right, and she'll subtly shake her head no.
interesting. Well, I'm glad you got everyone back. I think whatever is about to happen there is not going to be good.
No, I reckon not. But your father and your brother ended up making their way up to your keep, which if you're getting involved with some of this stuff, it might be better if you don't wear your tabard.
Oh,
As I did say, we're not getting involved with the Ascendancy conflict.
right. Is it okay that I am taking part in this? Would you prefer that I didn't?
Well, as far as I see it, this is kind of... You know more about this whole situation than I do. And as my daughter, I trust you. However, I also have to protect what we've built here. So I can't stop you. But I'm sure you're going to make the right choices on your own. However, I do not want you to be hurt when I say that. The symbol should probably not be associated.
I understand. I don't want anything to happen to you guys, so...
Well, and as I said when you came barging back into this house, your bed will always be here for you when you come back. And that includes that tabard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything we can do to help out around here? Or just me, I don't need to conscript my friends to this.
It depends on how
Very
long
glad
you're...
to help out with
Does
anything
it?
that needs a hand around here.
Well, it depends on how long you're staying.
I think just a night, and then we are actually going to be going to the keep. So if you need me to bring anything to Dad or anyone, I can do that.
No, I think he took everything he needed when they left. But I mean, you all sound like you've had quite the trip. So perhaps get yourself some rests. Figure out. There's still a couple of empty houses in the village here. Settle yourselves down, and maybe closer to dinner time we can conscript your help.
Sounds good.
I'll help in the kitchen if needs be. Well, I'd actually like to, but you know what I mean.
Well, as I recall, Air kind of fancied you for that talent, so you're totally welcome into the kitchens.
Appreciate that.
All right. Is there anything else you need from me, sweetie?
No.
All right. I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you're back.
Thanks.
And I'm sure your sister wants to catch up with you, right? And she turns to Runa, and who bolts on over now that business seems to be done, and also just like gives you a big hug. You smell.
Oh my god! And I just like grab her into
No.
a thing and then start.
And she just like
Her
tries to
hair
weasel her way
looks
out of.
Terrible. I don't know
No.
what you're doing, but it's such a rat's nest lately.
I've been trying this thing, and she like tries to pull her head out. Let's have a grapple off here.
You're not strong. You're dexterous.
Rollies.
Well,
Rollies.
acrobatics is one of the skills you can use to get out of a grapple, Christy. I'm adding a 7 to my roll. What you get in that one? I don't even
I think it's so funny.
What is your athletics bonus?
Oh boy. Oh, it's an 8 altogether.
This could still go wrong. It didn't. She got a 26.
Oh my gosh.
So she just like slips out of your noogie, I guess, and
Yeah.
she's like, "Well, I've been trying this thing with my hair where people don't touch it."
So sorry. Just thought I was going to try and improve it a little bit, but there was nothing to be done. So,
The last time you messed with your hair, look how much is left of it.
Excuse me, this was intentional. I paid money to have this done, so.
All right, well, let's not pester Mom. Let's... Hi, everybody, again. Glad to see you're all right. Yeah, okay. And so she walks out of the house. Come on.
I'll follow her.
Let's get you all settled down. So, that's everything you did. Sounds a lot more exciting than what we did, because that was just basically politics.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what we're about to go do, so.
Oh, okay, good.
I think that's kind of what adventuring is. I think it's like a lot of bullshit, and then like you get to swing your sword a little, and then it's back to like the stuff, you know.
Okay, well, hopefully we can trade jobs then, and I'll go eastward and use my bow.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
This one's still empty, and she brings you guys to an outskirt house, opens the door, just lovely, you know, a hint of dust as you guys make your way into this wooden lodge. Clearly hasn't been lived in quite a few 10 days, but nice and cozy in comparison to sleeping on the floor of alien ruins, but maybe not as cozy as sleeping on a cloud, literally.
Jack will use thaumaturgy to cause some tremors to knock the dust off of everything.
The room just like, and like the dust is now just airborne.
And then gust of wind out the door.
And as suddenly all of those of you with loose hair, they just, your hair's thrown back and you're buffeted and the dust flies out. And there's just a cloud out in the middle of the village now. And people are like, whoa.
That's better.
That is, that's a lot easier than what I used to have to do.
Instant dusting. Drac, you've cleaned this place impeccably.
It did take a spell slot, so it's worth it.
So worth it, for sure.
It's a good thing I've rewarded you for your spell slot usage.
Gideon will prestidigitation himself so he doesn't smell like shit and he's not dirty anymore after smelling himself and going.
Maybe it's time to take like a bath or something. We've been.
I took a
On
bath
the
in the hot
road.
springs.
That is true. Some of you actually did
Oh.
take baths.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
didn't.
some of us didn't.
I run
I
by.
saw myself and I'm like, the hot springs actually were quite nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I'm gonna say we have a bathhouse, even though I never thought about it before. So
Well, a lot of these solo houses might have just like, you know, a tub that you can bring water to and like heat up the water, throw it in the tub.
cool.
So it might be like individual baths as opposed to a bathhouse.
All right, sweet. All right, I guess if there's like a little shed or something attached, I go out and grab like the thing to bring water in. Well, I'll get water for anyone who wants to take a bath here.
Yeah, I can warm it up quick as well.
Abe, you are still suffering a -3 penalty for having been resurrected the day before. So you are still
Yeah.
pretty exhausted.
Yeah.
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 Abe will not take a bath. No one can make him.
He dunks himself into the largest bodies of water. He doesn't need to take baths.
Yeah.
It's true.
The cleanest of all of us, actually.
He's just like, this tub isn't big enough.
He bathed in the plane of elemental water. What more does he need?
Yeah, he never has to take a
It's
bath
pretty
again.
much done.
Well, so Nell goes and gets water. Anybody who's taking baths, whatever. You guys spend a lot of this afternoon, you know, cleaning yourselves, resting up. Was there anything in particular that anybody wanted to be doing during the afternoon?
think Elowin's just like writing. There's been a lot that like has been learned in the last few days, and I'm just taking the time now that we have a little bit of time to rest in a space of our own. I'm just like writing in journals and reorganizing my thoughts.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys have gotten like, you know, a bunch of like magical items and like harvested bits from creatures and monsters. Like, you might like take inventory of what you got, maybe shuffle them amongst yourselves, spread your wealth. And go ahead.
Drak would go kind of nearby into the woods and just start practicing with Zen Meteor, just trying to like get into the flow of it. Just take the chain out, start spinning it, because he's maybe trained a little bit with this type of weapon, but it was not like a common thing back home. So like there was maybe one of these in Darrowkarth, so he's just trying to get used to it.
Okay.
If you wanted to, Drak, we do have a training area with like dummies and also whatever paladins are in this year. If you want like to practice, they're always doing different stuff in there. So
Okay, thanks. I'll go check that out.
So do you go to the training area or do you go into the forest?
I think we'll go to the training area.
All right. So, Drak, you head over to that training area, and there are a bunch of, you know, young paladins who are practicing their sword motions, you know, making sure that their form is decent enough.
Mm-hmm.
And you show up, and can you describe your form with this new weapon?
Yeah, I think at first it's very like, it's not, maybe not rigid, but it's not as flowy as it should be yet. He's still just trying to like focus on one part of the weapon at a time, spinning one weight, stopping that one, spinning the other one, trying to get a feel for the momentum, for the rhythm of it. And I think eventually, after like, you know, an hour of alternating, he starts to get the rhythm going. And then until he hits that point, he does not try to make like a swing on a test dummy or anything like that. It's like after an hour is when he tries to make the first actual motion with it.
Yeah, because you remember Huion was saying to you that this is basically a weapon of, you know, checking in with your flow, of understanding the balance, the weight, feeling how you've got to shift yourself around.
Mm-hmm.
And you can almost feel him in your head as you're going through these movements. And he says to you, with this weapon, it is about the duality of most everything in nature, in life. There are the good things, there are the bad things. And if you were to leave this weapon limp and bring one side up and release it, it would smack into the other, but then it would return to middle and continue on, back and forth. A pendulum. That is what life is. To allow one side to hang in the air would be unnatural. And so we have these points of balance to ensure that we always return to center. As with Vishtak, there are 5 points of power. Good, evil, law, chaos. And you now carry with you 5 points. You are power. What you hold now, you may choose that to either be law and chaos, or evil and good. But there are 2 other heads that manifest within you. And when you are ready, you might tap into them. And this voice kind of speaks with you as you go through this practice. And eventually, you lash out with the weapon on one of the dummies, and it just pierces into it. And you just hear the splintering of wood as it breaks into one of these mannequins. And the nearby kids go, "Whoa!"
Raki yanks it back and continues the motion.
And they all kind of look at each other, these young Goliaths, and they're not attacking anymore. They're waiting for the moment where you send out yet another strike. Because they're like, we did not anticipate his strike. We want to see what that looked like.
Like Drac just spins it for like 5 more minutes without making another move.
Yeah,
Like the-
and a few of the young paladins are like, okay, well, he's
As
messing
soon
with
as
us.
like 3 of them turn away,
Yeah.
he'll like spin it around his back and then with his back foot kick it out into the dummy again.
And once again, just this loud splintering of wood, and like the sound of an impact as well as the point enters into the mannequin, but also the ball bashes into it and kind of dents it. And a few of them, like a few of the young the paladins, drop their swords in surprise once again, just kind of like fists up, like nope. Whoa, you're just amazing these young people.
I'll just continue that for, I don't know, maybe another hour or 2 before.
One of them will ask you like, what is that?
It's a weapon of balance, my friend.
Look at their sword. Balance. Okay. And you may have severely impacted one of these paladins.
Okay.
They're going to become the best of the order.
Hell yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Is anybody else doing anything during the afternoon? Oh, we got a couple hands.
Mine's super quick. It does
Go
not
ahead.
need to be narrated. I just will go to the Hall of Records to kind of like write out everything we just learned so that it's like recorded somewhere else other than just like my own notes. And I'll be like kind of gushing to Dalen at the same time. Like, shit's crazy.
Oh yeah, and the owl-looking elven man is just like fascinated as you're writing this down and also telling him, and he's just like sat on his chair like in a perch, like, oh my gosh, that's so fascinating. Oh. Well, that sounds scary. I don't know how you do this.
Me neither.
I think I will just sit here in my records where it's safe, but I do appreciate that you keep coming back.
Of course.
And you enter in your information into the records, and Dalen is very, very pleased with this. And that's all you had?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Gideon.
Gideon will go and quickly purchase himself like a notebook from a local store, and he will go to the house where he's gonna stay basically, and he'll doff his armor and put on some fine casual clothing. He'll sit down at a table and pull out a quill and ink, and we'll just start drawing things. He'll pull it to like put his weapons on the table as well, and he'll just like try taking them apart and start like speculating and drawing things.
Very well.
Yeah, he's got like a little magnifying like pince nez that you'll see him, he's drawing and he's just kind of looking down at the desk as he draws, and he'll like take it off to draw like less specific areas, and then he'll put it on again to draw more precisely. And he'll just have like a cup of tea at his side. Very like very old man vibes. Just like big lot of tea smell, and he's just very fine casual clothing, but still very nice.
All right, very well. Thinking I understand what you're up to, could I have you, because we haven't really seen you draw, I think, all too much in this campaign yet, could I have you make an intelligence check with the proficiency of your Tinkerer's tools?
You can. Oh, my Tinkerer's tools for some reason uses Dex. I'll use another toolkit that is intelligence based and I have proficiency with.
You don't happen to have expertise with tools, Tinkerer's tools, do you?
Oh, I do not. No, I do
Okay.
not.
So yeah, just use an intelligence-based tool.
That's critical fail.
Oh.
Could I? Oh no, I did announce inspiration. Why do I do so much work to narrate and then I roll like this?
You got to start somewhere, man.
No.
And this is going to be what we're calling the dream stage.
All right. Yeah, he will start drawing. He'll look inspired for a minute, and he'll just end up staring at an empty page for a while. after
Is this-
after crumpling up like 3 drawings.
Yeah, I
Is
think
this
that's.
in the same house that like are we all staying at the same place?
I assume so. Like, you guys, last time you were here, the 5 of you were able to stay in one house while Nell crashed with her family.
I think like seeing that one, like whenever it's like your last one, I walk by and I'm like, oh, that's a nice dog, and then continue walking on.
Yeah, it's at that moment that Gideon closes his notebook and just sits and stares at the table and drinks his tea.
So, oh, poor Gideon.
Story of my life, dude.
Very well. I think that's a suitable place to leave that for now. This saga isn't over yet, I'm sure.
No, I'm gonna try again.
Fantastic. Anybody else?
I think I would spend the afternoon similar to after the first Druid Temple where I'd like written stuff to send to the Arcanet Institute. Kind of a continuation of, I guess if this is my thesis, this project that I'm working on, just documenting the of what we've observed of the Druid Temple in the Rinzar Peaks, its purpose. Mention a little bit of like the Alumbrite ruins and stuff, but not too much. 'Cause I feel, that's I think if Nell continues like a pursuit here, I want to like encourage that to be like their thing. And so I was like, just like enough that it's like, okay, they know it exists, but that's not my story to tell.
Right. Wonderful. Abe or Elwyn? Well, I guess Elwyn, you said you were getting your thoughts and your notes together. Abe.
I don't actually have any basis for this, but would I have ever found out if the Hall of Records includes like names of past and current residents?
Yeah.
Okay. Would like to look up a name if I may, or attempt to.
Sure. It very well may be that I might not have the answer, but maybe Christy will. But I'm curious as to know what you're going on to. So,
I'm looking up Undra. Undra. At least I think that's what her name was.
So I would say we probably do have like statistical records in the sense of like, oh, this person moved in here, or like this house was built, this family moved in, like very kind of like clerical. And then we
Right.
also have the aforementioned like story records, but that one is like fully up to the individual if they wanted to contribute or not. So I can't speak to whoever this is.
Sorry, I'm looking for a thing in my own Google Drive.
no worries. Well, if you need a moment to find that, we can come back to your point.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, the afternoon moves on, and eventually it comes around the time where they're not planning like a huge dinner, because asking around, the paladins have actually been back for I might actually have the specific number of days since they came back. Where did I put that information? But in any case, it's been a while. Why didn't I have the calendar open beforehand? I
I
don't
would
even have-
kill to see your version of this calendar. Where
It's
you
a lot-
have when paladins returned.
It's a lot less detailed, I think, than Christy keeps your guys's.
I want to know
Mine's
when
detailed. I just have sassy notes in it.
I want to know when that turtle innkeeper goes grocery shopping, Denny.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
When are
What's
his
his class schedule?
classes? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. When
Yeah.
does he schedule a study break?
So essentially they've been back for like a 10-day and a half, like 15 days. Like a lot of the paladins who haven't been back here in quite some time have since gotten a chance to kind of revisit their families and settle down, and a feast was had days ago for them. So you guys are basically consigned to, you know, having dinner at Nell's place again. But with the number of you, maybe they could borrow a bench table from the hall and bring it over. So you all can have an outside dinner.
Little
Pretty-
cookout.
Little cookout,
Hell
little
yeah.
BBQ.
Little Varmhall cookout, baby. What we're about here.
Just
Love
toasting some turkey over the religious fire. Let's go.
I mean, if that is not the best way to like worship fire, I literally don't know what else
Honestly,
it would be.
it
Like,
might
I think-
actually be. That's actually a
Yeah.
really good point.
Yeah.
Goddess of the hearth. Yeah, just cook your food here.
So,
Wonderful.
like, if you want to feel at home, I think that makes sense to me. So,
Yeah, so Gideon ends up helping in the kitchen and prepping the food and whatnot. And you all join Solvi, Runa. Now I've forgotten your two younger siblings' names again.
Even and Liv.
I've always been pronouncing it Evan. It's even.
I
Okay.
know.
Why
I don't know
haven't you
why I
stuck
chose
to
that
me?
name. Because there was so much detail and you're doing such a good job, I really didn't think it mattered. This random NPC, so.
Well, you all have dinner with Nell and her family once again. I'm going to give the lot of you, if you don't have inspiration, you may have inspiration. And Abe, any follow-up on your side? All right. We can jump back in the past a little bit before dinner. And let me see if I can help you.
So I'm looking for Undra. Again, Undra.
Mhm.
She was a Goliath huntress, and in the research notes from that researcher into worshippers at Malden, she was specifically named as the den mother matriarch of one of the conclaves.
Right. I
No
think.
is a perfectly fine answer.
Well, I'm just doing some calculations in my head. I don't think you find her name in any of the records. But
Am
there.
I? Sorry, am I do I know that he's looking for this? Like, did I assist, kind of show him the area and stuff?
I don't know, Abe. Did you tell her you were looking for anything like this at all?
I might have played this one closer to the chest.
Then, Nell, you're gonna be unavailable to
Alright.
help.
Never mind.
But as far as, though you don't find a specific name, Undra, you do find amongst the records, not everybody decided to settle at this location with the group that traveled south. Some people did keep going in other directions. A large majority of the traveling tribe stayed here. But there may have been a few offshoots. So it may still very well be that this Undra did come from this lineage.
Is there any indication of, obviously they don't use ascendancy date measuring the same way, but is there any way to kind of figure out how long ago that separation was?
Well, they got to this location, I believe. So many documents I was not prepared to have open. Sorry. That's okay, Adam.
I have it. I have it.
Yes, when did you establish Varmhall?
It was founded in the second year after Ascendancy. EOA?
Yeah, EOA. Era of
EOA,
Ascension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
So
I think we're saying next year is the 50th anniversary or something.
Right.
Right.
So this was 49 years ago.
How old are Nell's grandparents?
Oh, I could tell you. Give me a mo and I will open that. I'll
Give
open
me
up
a
my
mo.
Google Drive. Oopa-doopa. And I didn't even think I should have any of my Varmhall stuff open. How silly of me.
We're professionals.
Goes to Varmhall, isn't prepared. Huh?
For the record, this probably would have happened when we first got to Varmhall, but I was absent that session.
That's true.
Oh,
Sorry for the jump back in
Reverse,
time.
reverse.
that's all right.
Crisscross.
Why don't I have this organized? A fool.
And apparently, I decided on my end. Oh, I'm just gonna let Christy organize it.
I mean, truly, would make sense.
What are you trying to say, Denny?
Stupid.
Did I keep the information? Not as well as I could have.
Why
But
don't
if I head
have
on
it
over
linked?
to, if I have it on over to World Anvil, I very well might have that there.
To it.
Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, gang.
Well,
Drac resonantly fractured everything.
oh, Nell, what's your mom or what's your grandmother's name?
Solvi, right?
No, that's your mom.
That's my mom. Ollie. Good God.
Hey, Frostraven, thanks for coming in. Have a
Okay,
good
fine.
night.
Jesus Christ.
Hey. Well, I apparently did not record her age. I just started an article and didn't finish it. You got it?
I might not have given her an age. Look, my mom is 56. Does that help you? So she's probably like 80 or 90-ish.
Gideon, do you remember how old Amdus is?
We never gave Amdus an age.
We didn't, yeah.
He's timeless.
That's right.
He is timeless.
Immortal.
We specifically didn't give these people ages? What were we thinking?
I don't know.
Look,
Danny. I'm
guys.
immortal.
I expect better from you.
Fucking everyone has a name that has a meaning, but I didn't give them all ages. I'm so sorry. That's clearly my fuck up. Yeah, so
I just knew that he was an old man. That's
They-
all I knew.
They would have been adults at the time that Varmhall was settled.
yeah, because it was my grandmother that like led that troop from the Great Oaklands, like after the desolation, like down and then founded this area. So,
Okay.
and the Great Oaklands is like where like Goliaths are kind of from. So,
And what was her name again? Sorry.
Ollie.
Cool.
I have news. I gave Amdus a birthday and apparently didn't tell you, Ryan. Ah, it would have been good to know.
Or me. I also
Or
don't
you.
know.
Um,
All
he,
right,
is
yeah.
he is apparently 78 years old.
Sounds about right.
He was
Okay.
born in 27 BA.
Whoa.
27 badass, I think you mean.
They had my mom when they were so young.
Well, she was your mom was born in 5 BA, so they were like, 22. Amdus was 22 when your mom was born.
Yeah. That's young. This is like kind of like that post-war baby boom sitch. Anyways, hope that's what you needed, Adam.
It is. Thank you.
Great.
That changes everything, in fact.
Oh.
It does.
Well,
It
You
just
all-
switches up his hit list.
uh-oh. Oh, no.
Someone else dies first.
So you all have your dinner with Nell, her mom, her sister, and the night rolls on. Was there... You guys can essentially, we can call it a long rest. You guys can have the next day. Or was there anything that people wanted to do during the night?
I'm going to go towards the kind of drinking pool
I would like to join you, unless you're sneaking away. I don't trust you to not go swimming.
Oh, I'm gonna go swimming. Don't worry. But,
I don't trust you to
I have
come
no
back.
evil items too. Actually,
I've
I'll
got a tight hold on my bag. I'm following
I'll
you.
actually I'll invite anyone from the party who wants to come. Because I was like, I don't have any idea what's going to happen. I don't know what I'm supposed to expect. I don't know if this is just the advice was to clear my head or if there's something greater. And I also don't necessarily as my father was passing away, he, kind of kept, I think every time he saw me, all that he could really see was my mother. So I also don't know necessarily how much of a connection to her powers might be latent within me or anything. So I think, maybe just having folks around in case something happens would be good.
You're
We are
planning to go
stronger
in
together.
the water?
I think so. I think that's the most connected I can be to this. I won't swim down to the bottom, don't worry.
Do you want a telepathic link in case anything happens?
Sure.
Or do you need your head clearer?
I mean, if you can stay
I'll be
quiet.
quiet.
I think we've had telepathic links before, and I think it hasn't been a distraction.
Okay. Just to make sure. 2 hours.
And I will go with my regular suit on. What I'm going to try and do for this meditation, it's kind of like a sensory deprivation tank situation. I'm going to just you'll see me above the through the surface. I'm not going so far down that I'm swimming to the darkest heart, but just enough to floating just under the surface, eyes closed, just trying to calm myself and connect with the world around me. This spot in particular, there's something of importance here. Seeing what I can glean and what insight might be here. To
Very well. So you all wait for nighttime to kind of roll around, at which point the village, kind of goes to sleep. Everyone returns to their homes. And the lot of you who decide to accompany Azaria make your way down to the life spring. The fresh body of water that this village considers its source of life. It always seems to remain untainted. And the last time you were in this village, Azaria discovered that there seemed to be the potential for a portal to a realm of darkness in the base of it. But it is also the site where Azaria's mother used to stand. A powerful dryad tree spirit, but now the tree uprooted and gone. Azaria, you prepare yourself for this meditation. And is everybody in attendance, or did some people decide to not?
Yeah, Gideon's gonna be there this time when they go into the pool.
Not preoccupied with cooking this time?
No, not this time. No.
Very well.
Rhea, before you go, do you want me to use some augury to see how it will go? Or do you just want to dive in and see what happens?
I think I just want to let fate take the wheel here.
For science.
Science.
That doesn't have to mean dangerous,
It, it really doesn't. You're right.
I mean, I think that if danger was truly going to happen here, it would have happened the last time I swam down.
That's fair.
I think, I'm not trying to sink to the bottom this time.
You want luck?
Sure.
Oh, it's a D10 now.
Oh.
And add a D10 to a D20 roll in the next 10 minutes.
Well.
Yeah. And as calm as you are, just in case there's any residual nerves from yesterday and the day before, Gideon will start to glow, and with that calming aura, feel free.
And I'll take Gideon's hand and let him calm me.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
I am.
Right.
I'll slowly kind of plunge in, not like a cannonball or anything, just nicely let the water take me, kind of look up at the night sky, and then just like sink down a bit, close my eyes, and let the darkness kind of just like settle.
Since you just left your last enclave and you've begun to feel a deeper connection to, well, in a way, despite your people no longer being here, this is the closest you might have felt to them. You are now capable of connecting to the stars in the same way that they were. But to get to this point has been quite the journey. You've had a different path than many other druids, where theirs is more of a intuitive connection to nature, empathic, just a soul-to-soul connection with nature. Your journey has been more along the lines of a wizard, say. You have so desperately wanted this connection that you have spent many of your years studying, trying to understand, trying to connect in the same way that others of your clan were able to. And it's what you were able to reflect on is that we all have our journey and it's not always going to be the same. But you're now finally getting to this place that you'd always wanted to be. And your mother was basically the embodiment of that other path that all other druids were able to take to get to here. And in some ways, you might have been more like your father. He gave you the book, after all. He's encouraged you to document, to learn, to record, which really isn't in line with, say, what many druid cultures would probably believe in. But you are truly a font of knowledge now. And should druid culture ever truly be in danger, you are very well likely to be one of the last bastions of its protection. And you can feel those spirits in the sky. Even though you've taken a different road, you've traveled a different path, those who came before you are proud. They are happy that you are here. And not every druid is going to be the same. Azaria, your meditations allow you to now use intelligence as your spellcasting ability modifier instead of your wisdom.
Holy shit! Oh, that is so cool.
Your family is proud of you. And despite what you might have been telling yourself for a long time, you are a druid. Just now you're one with magic.
And I think I just like take a moment to let that sit in here. Open my eyes while I'm still under the water, looking at the stars above through that like refracted, surface. And then I kind of come up and through. And I look at all my friends and I'm just, realize if I sit up too much, I lose my head here. I just look at all my friends and thank you. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Of course. What happened?
think I just needed to take time to realize that what I wanted to be was kind of here all along. How I wanted to. Everyone's journey is different, and I think, I was trying to fit a mold that had existed forever and for years, minus the actual physical limitations in place. But I think I have a better understanding of how my powers work. I think I might be able to be just a little more helpful.
I'm glad this was so positive for you.
Me too. Part of me, I will say, the Gideon's calming did help. There was like a little part of me that was worried that like I was just going to get grabbed and pulled down below, like when I
I was
died.
very worried about that.
I was
Yeah.
too, but I hit it because I used the calming spell. So
Smart.
This whole time he's just been like cough, 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 cough.
Rhea, do you want to hit us with a little razzle dazzle? Show us what you got?
Yeah.
Yeah. And while it's not, I realize that everyone's probably is at full HP right now, but I will do is I will use my second level spell slot, and you see these little, almost like a Korok from Legend of Zelda, these like woody kind of spirits. They're little like dryad spirits appear, kind of move through each of you, and as each one kind of like moves through, you feel just like a rejuvenation a bit as I use healing spirit and it moves through. And whereas like my other healing spells had been like, this one just feels a little more powerful. It feels like my will behind it, there's like a little more control. I'm able to get a bit more out of this element.
That felt nice. Feels strong.
Yeah, I feel like I just have a better control of my spell casting.
Jack, you look up over your shoulder, and
Wonderful.
there's actually Grobo just giving you a massage.
Oh. That's incredible. I'm so happy
Give him a
for
fist
you,
bump.
Rhea.
Me too. And I don't even wait for the group. I just like kind of pull everyone in. The only one who I don't really tower over is Nell. But I pull everyone in and give them all a hug.
Oh.
Okay.
Not into the pool.
Yeah, I was gonna say in my
First
head
group
they didn't get out of the
hug.
pool,
That's what I
but
heard too. Pull into the pool.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
I
let's
don't know
go
how
to
I feel
Darkest
about
Heart.
this. No.
No, I definitely got out of them. It's a wet hug.
Perfect.
Now
Well.
I'm refreshed and wet. Amazing.
I think I'll be like, everyone just wait here 1 sec. And I'm going to run up the hill and I'm going to like duck into the lodge, into the kitchen and like grab like a couple jugs of ale and some tankards and come running back down, like uncork it and pour some. You can also drink water if you would rather have water. A little Rhea tainted now, perhaps. But I just wanted to give a toast while we're here and all alive somehow. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a great idea now.
I'll drink to that.
Life is a gift.
Cherish it each day. We've definitely learned that
Oh yes.
we only have the days that we have.
It's what I'm fighting for.
Well, for all the ones that we have left, I'm glad of those that will be spent with you guys.
May they
Could
be
not
many.
ask. In my hundreds upon hundreds of years of life, there's not been a better group to have called my friends.
Nell just starts weeping, trying to like keep it on. Yeah, that was so beautiful. Fucking loses it.
and you all have a drink. Abe, Do you have a drink?
I don't think so, no. I'll, like, raise my mug, but it'll just be empty.
That is fair. All right. You all have a good laugh. Reflect on the good things that seem to be coming around after such hard tribulations. And eventually you all get some sleep. Abe, you may reduce your reduction by one more step. Sorry, Christy, you were saying something?
Yeah, I have something for like after my 4 hours of trancing. So kind of like very early in the morning. I will wake up Runa. Not in a mean way this time, but in like a, hey, do you want to come do something cool with me?
Yeah, I suppose we could start the day. What do you got planned?
Let's go on a little adventure.
Like now?
Yeah, like a quick one.
Oh, if Liv wakes up, Mom's gonna be mad that we're not here to watch.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Can we make it a quick adventure?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
an hour, for sure.
It's a gamble, but all right. I'll come with you. But if Liv does wake up, it's your fault.
Well, that's fine. I'm leaving anyway, so.
Oh. All right. Well, let's hurry up then.
So we'll just go the familiar way into the woods to like the glade that I used to always frequent. Runa has been there with me, but it's not really like a place that we would go to together that often.
I mean, then there was the recent, graduation into your new paladin role.
Yeah. I just wanted to cast a spell, and I don't know if you know it yet, but either way, I just thought it'd be cool if you were here for it. We don't really get to do spells here that often, so.
All right, I'm curious.
And it might be something that you could use for your own adventure if you want to learn it from me doing it now.
All right, well, what is it?
Here, I'll just show you. I'm gonna like set things up to cast Find Steed for the first time.
Perfect. Well, I'm gonna have you roll a D100 as well, because we've got Shortcake redeeming a safe wild magic surge.
Shortcake, excuse me, I'm trying to have a moment with my sister. Okay, Chad has such an innate ability to do this whenever I'm trying to have a moment I've been thinking about for a long time. All right, chat. I
Your
see you.
steed will be a potted plant.
90. Wait.
90.
Why do I never know? Okay, when it's the double zero on the percentile.
That's just
That's
0, 0,
0.
and then 9.
Yeah,
That's
so
9.
9.
My bad. Watch me turn into a potted plant. My sister's like, that was cool. I don't see how it's useful.
This will help me on my journey for sure.
She's like, okay, puts me in her saddlebag, rides off.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. So now, what does the Find Steed spell look like?
I don't know. I haven't cast it before, obviously. So I think this is like, because this is where after my graduation I like really like saw Fyra for the first time. So I'll just kind of sit down and close my eyes and just kind of focus on like the presence I had felt in the past and like her visage, and then just be like, hey, a lot of my friends have animals now, and I would like to have an animal, and I would like to be maybe just a little bit faster in fights, because I don't know, I want to be able to protect them better, and I think this could be a good way to do it. So, if you wouldn't mind.
And as you kind of say that, from a nearby rock, you hear, well, it's not animals aren't really part of my purview. And you open your eyes, and sitting on a rock nearby, and Runa's also looking at her, is the, like, visage of your ancestor sitting on a rock, kind of with this, like at the edges of her, like at the contour of her form, it's almost like a hazy, like, blue, almost kind of Force Ghosty, kind of, to describe it that way. She's like, animals aren't really much of my purview, but I think I can get in touch with somebody who I think owes you a little bit of a gift. And you hear a voice in your head, and as you kind of snap attention to it and look back, she's gone. Fyra is gone. But you hear in your voice, oh, you again? Well, haven't heard from you in a while. What was it? El Namara?
Reynard, I presume.
Well, you remembered my name. I sure hope I remembered yours. Well, it seems that...
Well, if you don't remember mine, perhaps you'd remember my father's. I heard that you guys were good friends. Heir?
No.
Oh, yes.
Who are you? How do you know Heir?
Well,
Now, this is not the time for this chat. I have got an obligation I have to fulfill, and if you wish to come speak with me, you may do so in the wilder, but in the meantime, I
intend to. You'll be seeing me at some point.
The audacity on you. You are very similar to Heir. Well, see, you've got me all flabbergasted now, but I'm going to be lending you one of my wardens. You make sure you take care of them, and otherwise I will be very cross if you have not done such a service for me.
I will take incredible care of them. I promise.
Very well. I don't think they're too stingy with their name, but they do have one if you care to know it.
I mean, I think it's a polite place to start, for sure.
Well, people are very sensitive with their information, but I will be sending you Bayu, one of my wardens of the Fallen Leaves, so take good care of them.
You got it.
And the forest around you almost feels like it is filled with light and just waves of magic. Like the shadows underneath the boughs of these trees are suddenly replaced with light and haze, motes of light, almost like fairies. And you see a form making its way out of the woods towards your grove. Just slightly taller than a horse. This large canine-like figure with white fur, ears that tuft up like a lynx, and this incredibly long tail for something like a wolf. But it has these elements of red on the ears, around the eyes, the tip of the tail, the joints of the legs. A large fey direwolf makes its way into the grove. And as it walks up to you, it takes a bow.
I bow back.
And it regains its composure, and it has just this sense of nobility, of loyalty, and it is waiting your word. Bayu, Warden of the Fallen Leaves, I'm now going to make this available to you on Roll20.
Oh my god. So cool. That was in character. And then I and I just grab Runa's hand so hard. Oh. Okay, that one seemed a little specific to me. I think normally it's just like a horse or something. So no promises. But
she's like, what just
Reynard's friend, or Dad's friend, Reynard, lent me this companion. And if anything happens to it, I'm probably gonna die. So, it's good.
Well, you now have your find greater steed. Or find steed, not greater steed yet.
Fine, Steve. Not greater. Not yet.
Not
Woo!
yet. Well, what an exciting way to start off the morning.
I give Runa a ride back into the village.
The two of you hop upon the back of this dire wolf and begin making your way through the forest back towards Varmhall. It is still quite early in the morning, but eventually time goes past. What are you doing to kind of, giant wolf coming into village? A little spicy.
I actually don't know. I think I would just ask him politely. I think, would you be more comfortable staying just in the woods? I'll be back in a little bit once we're all ready to leave.
It kind of looks around the forest and gives you a nod and just kind of lays down in the shadows of the trees here.
Cool. Go back to my house. Check on Liv.
The moment you've opened the door, you just hear baby crying in the back room.
I run over.
Your mom has not gone up to get her yet, it seems.
Oh, thank God. Sweet. Okay.
But as you get back in, pick up Liv and try to calm her down, the door opens from the parent room and your mom's just groggy eyed, took you a while to get to her, eh?
Yeah, sorry. Tranced a little bit deeper than I meant to, I think. So,
Alright. Well, I'm gonna sleep for a little longer.
Yep.
Thank you. And she closes the door.
I just hold up the baby
Baby screams.
All right.
Don't shake the baby.
Take the baby for good luck.
Oh no.
That's what you're supposed to do with babies.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
They're just good luck charms.
Now, as you're holding Liv, there's a moment where you kind of feel her slip a little bit and you have to readjust yourself, and then you realize your hand is not connected to your arm.
Hey, what?
Your hand has detached itself from your arm.
Sure. Is it kind of like a
Oh yeah.
thing style?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely thinging across the floor.
I hand Liv to Runa, and I go to pick up my hand.
And your sister's what did happened? Oh
So-
no.
In the woods, spell went good. Sometimes spell don't go good. Just trying wrestling with my hand.
Yeah, it's don't put me back. Yeah. And eventually you clock it back onto your arm and it's affixed again.
You didn't put it on
Just
backwards,
kidding.
did you?
Oh God.
You're half Rakshasa now.
Whoa. Wait.
Also, can I
haunting.
have you roll a d20, speaking of which? Because that was a safe wild magic search brought to you by Shortcake. Thank you, Shortcake.
Thanks, Shortcake. I good.
All right, very well. The morning rolls around. The party, you awaken once again. Abe, you're now to a -2 in your death penalty. And it is the morning time. You are fed once again by Gideon, I'm assuming helping with the family kitchen. And what are your plans?
Are our horses here, or did they get taken to the keep? Oh wait, we're teleporting. What am I saying?
I think they got taken.
Your horses
They
got
got
taken
taken.
to the keep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. All right, friends. Well, should we say our goodbyes and move on?
Suppose so.
Right. Well, in terms of teleportation, Elwyn, you have a few options.
Where are we going? We could go straight to the keep or to Brawl Bar.
Do we want to go to Bull? Are there supplies that we need for the keep? Like, I'm wondering if we go to Bull Bar, get stuff to take there,
Have
or
a
do we
lot
go
of
there
sense.
first, see what's actually going on there, and then head up to
Yeah.
We
Bull
could
Bar
also
by
send a
horse?
message to maybe whoever's there, your dad, Nell, or Finn,
Monty's there too.
or Monty,
Monty.
and
Yeah.
see if they need us to grab anything.
I think. Ellen, how many people can you teleport?
What a good question. Us?
Mhm.
Oh, any creature who enters the portal instantly moves, and the portal is open for a round.
Sweet.
Great.
But I can only do it once. I can't take us to the keep and then to Brawl Bar, unless we've got 50 gold pieces worth of chalks there.
Maybe we go to Brobar first.
Buy a whole bunch of
Then-
chalk. Let's run the chalk market up.
It's fancy
is
chalk.
The travel between the two?
Like a day.
It's
I
about a
think.
day of travel, yeah.
So why don't we go to Brobar, check in with the learned, see what they need from us. If they have a big pile of money waiting for us, then we can do some shopping, and then go down to the keep and see what's up.
I don't think they're going to have a big pile of money for us. We haven't done anything for
Never
them.
say never, Azaria.
This would be the moment in the movie where we cut directly to you guys at the learning circle and them being like, we have no giant pile of money for you. What are you
In
talking
terms
about?
of money, we have no money.
Maybe some spell components, though. You know, things for their poor little wizard.
Please, I'm so poor.
Please, I have 60 gold pieces and I'm a wizard. What do I do?
I'm a good protector of the realm.
I would be better with money.
I mean, I can buy you some chalks when we get there. 200 gold.
You're not.
My spells right now don't need expensive components.
Wow,
I
you are
mean-
swimming in it.
We also have some magic items we could potentially sell.
Dude, do we
So,
have things that we aren't using?
Yeah, we could sell
I
some
don't
stuff.
really, but there's some things in the bag, I believe. We have animal
might-
hides and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, I did want to get those appraised to see like what would be worth a large amount of money and what could be used to our advantage. I feel like these creatures that we've slain and harvested are magical in nature, at least to a degree. So,
Well, you've got more bullet stuff, right?
yes,
Courtesy of our friend,
mhm,
the Bean.
our friend.
yeah.
the bee.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're not using that bag again, I swear. But anyways, yeah, we got bullet stuff. It seems to be working great on your arms. What else can you do with it, Drac? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Drac, make a nature check for me.
Okay, I'm gonna roll real dice. Don't fuck me.
Even though he rolled 2 ones before the stream started.
Yep. Nature, you say?
Yes, sir.
13.
Okay, well, you know what? It's not that bad. So I mean, like you've got all this hides and stuff, but you know, no matter what you get it appraised for, if you craft it into something, it's more likely to sell even higher.
Yeah. I think like Drac would know that, given that he's already seen like the craftsmanship of his own bracers and how incredible they are. So I think the best bet would be have it turned into something powerful that any of us could use. So we just need the money for that.
Or is it
So-
something where if we... is anyone here actually like what are people's skills outside of combat? I know what a few of us can do, but
I mean, I can
I
weave.
can write really good.
Brewing supplies, cook's utensils, herbalism, leatherworking, and tinkering.
I mean, hide is. You might be able to do something with some of the hides
You
that
could
we have.
maybe between Gideon and I weave hive into some clothing or something, or hide into some clothing. Make a
Like-
rudimentary set of armor, but
It might sell for more than just us trying to sell the pieces.
true.
Um,
We do have lots of vials of that big bug's blood.
yeah, we've
We
got
could probably,
quite a few vials of that. I mean,
I feel like
with the right supplies, I might be able to make some potions from it.
Yeah. That, or if a
Mhm.
wizard just needs a really weird component they want to try something with, that's a weird component.
and the antennae, I feel like, are long enough to maybe be like a whip or something. I don't know.
So maybe we spend some time actually doing something with these things before just selling them, and we can get a bit more money, because sounds like we're a little short.
Yeah. Yep.
But and that's only just the beast parts. Like you have other, like somebody brought it up already. You have other magic items that you might not be using that might still fetch things.
What's
So
in
if
our
we want to craft, why don't we do the keep? And then
I still think it makes sense to go to Brilbar first
okay.
and talk to the Learned Circle. If need to, we can pick up. We can scrape some money together to pick up anything that we might need before we go to the keep. But maybe it is worth sending them a message first, Drac, and see if there is anything. Any
I
reason
hope
to
they
go
have a
to the
grocery
keep
list
first.
ready.
Right.
When we get to Burl Bar, I also like, so we have these ashes that are poisonous from Sarze's corpse. I was like wondering if we should take it to the Arcanet and see if, what if more people who are like Sarze come after us, like if they can make something to maybe create like an anti-venom to this poison or something. My other thought was maybe giving it to Abe, and in a last-ditch effort, he could just throw this at a thing. I can't really throw it. The vial breaks and it might kill something for us. Those were my two thoughts. I kind of leave it up to the group on what we should do with this thing.
I think they're both good ideas.
I think bringing it to the Arcanet isn't. That would be my vote, just because if this group was associated with Kardrak, I feel like any knowledge they could have that might give them a leg up in the future would be good.
Especially if they also try to weaponize this ash.
Yeah, I feel like it's like
We also
my
don't need to, like,
understanding from what I could understand from it, it's very much like a last-ditch effort thing. But mine was like, if there's more of them, we're going to have to kill more of this group of assassins, and running into a situation where we breathe in.
Azaria, can I have you make an intelligence check?
I'm good at these. 17?
Upon you saying last-ditch effort, it almost makes you wonder, you haven't really checked up on those ashes since you collected them. And if something's a last-ditch effort, the longevity of such things might not be to be sustained.
Well, maybe. I'll pull the ashes out. Do they look different?
They look very different from when you collected them, yes.
Oh. What do they just look like ash?
Like before, it was like this pitch dark, like crumbled ash inside the vial. Now it's kind of more of a light gray.
Well, maybe we ran out of the chance with this one.
Fascinating. I suppose that might make some sense.
Dash normally do that?
I mean, ash is normally just light gray.
Yeah.
You have to know what ash is, Gideon.
Look, I've never seen a cremated body before. I don't know what we're talking about.
Also might depend where it comes from. There's some ash in the Ringsar Peaks that's just pitch black because it's soot.
That's also the thing. But I don't know if ash can change color over time.
I mean, we could test if it's still dangerous. Just drop like a, I don't know, a leaf in there.
That
I think
works.
it's like if we open it at all, there's an issue, isn't it? Like,
I think that no, it would need to be like inhaled,
Well, we can have Abe do it then.
wafted.
I
Is Abe
don't, like-
immune to poisons?
He doesn't breathe.
In certain
right?
regards,
He won't breathe it in.
This
This
is-
is what I was saying.
he's definitely at least resistant to poisons.
look,
Well,
I mean,
I
if we're
don't know. I
wanting
don't
to
mean to
research it
volunteer here.
anyways, can we just give it to people who are like, I don't know, have an area to research and test these things? I don't want to be. There's some science that even I think is just not worth doing. So
Yeah, I think we could give this. I also think at this point this might just be a vial of someone's ashes.
okay.
I have resistance against being poisoned. I am not immune.
Yeah. I knew you weren't immune. I just thought it'd be funny to kind of play on it a little bit. See if I can persuade the rest of them to throw some poison in your mouth.
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
So
drink
wait.
this.
These are the ashes of who?
Sarsa.
Sarze?
Sarse.
Oh, Sarze. Oh, I thought we were talking about those other ashes we have.
Mm-mm.
Oh, the
We're
heroes.
carrying around a
Heroes
lot of
ash.
ashes for some reason.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought we
Lots
were
of
talking about.
bodies.
Yeah, no. Sorry, my mistake. I thought we were talking about the completely other normal ashes that we have of an unnamed hero. Which, by the way, this is totally a scam.
Hey, you know, one day
We won that fair and square.
We
one
won
of
it,
us
but
might get
whose
the best
ashes is it then? If it's
It's a hero's ashes. You
Yeah,
can
who,
give this to one of the
Drac?
One day
people who
Drax
don't
gonna be able to
win.
revive them.
It's actually just like the ashes of a bunch of hero sandwiches that
Okay,
got
all right,
too
all right.
burnt and crushed up.
all right. Here's the
Yes,
deal.
they're-
Okay,
no, not
let's
especially.
imagine a situation, okay, where for some
Okay.
reason we wanted to sell these heroes' ashes.
Mhm.
I think we should sell. We're not using them for any reason.
would never
How
do that.
would we do that? All right. So we walk
I'm not
into
selling
this.
these.
We walk into what, a pawn shop of some kind, and there's a man
I
at the
think
counter.
that's the only place that would accept these.
Probably. And we say, hey, we've got the ashes of a great hero. And you know what their next question is? Who?
And then we name a hero. Just
There's many heroes.
yeah.
I just didn't ever think that my
Steven,
first
the
thought was going to be
hero
to sell
of-
them.
Well, what are we going to do? Put them on the mantle? We don't know who that is.
I just keep it in the bag of holding. It doesn't matter.
Gideon, this is a prize.
We could
We
put it
won
on the
this.
fireplace at our keep. That's where people put the ashes of loved ones. We love this hero.
We don't know who they are, Azari.
Well, the point stands that they were honored enough to be put in an urn and then given away as a prize.
Okay, hold
I
on.
don't
It's
know if that
definitely
really-
just someone's
As-
like,
As somebody who has hung around with a merchant or two in his life, there are some who will sell bullshit.
But we didn't buy them, and I don't feel like I don't
Well-
know. This is not where I'm looking to make money. I don't think. Like,
Hear me out. You set up a
Mhm.
contest. You put up a big contest. People pay to take part in said contest, and you really need a prize that'll entice people. But you're not too well read on history. So what do? You get maybe, I don't know, somebody. You like you grab some wood, you set a fire, and you put it in a vase, and you say, "This is the ashes of a great hero." This could be just a tree for all we know. This could be anything. There's
mean,
no
Trees
bad-
do
bag.
a
is-
lot, Gideon.
it is in a vase that has gentle repose permanently cast on it, so that is of some significance, I would say.
Okay, that's fair.
So at the very least, I would like to continue carrying it around, because if one of you guys got disintegrated, I could dump out these fuckers' ashes and put yours in. So is that okay with you?
I mean, we can
actually
keep the vase. The vase is actually
wait.
probably useful,
Abe,
Or-
what were you saying?
or we could sell the vase. We sell it all, honestly.
I had an idea about the vase. when we went to Brobar.
Oh,
I want to see if one of the priests might be able to shed more light on it.
I think
okay.
that's a good place to start.
All right. In the meantime,
Gideon, do you just really want money? Because, like, I could sell this base monstrosity thing. Like, it's a bit bulky, so...
well,
And it's, like, literally a friggin', like, my height worth of crystal, so...
I mean, look,
Oh, like, do you think it would be?
I don't mean to be that guy, but, like, we're out of diamonds.
I know,
Okay?
we're going to get the diamonds. I just don't think a vase of ashes is our direction. We'll get it. Don't worry. It'll be a
Alright.
number one priority.
Look, I can sell most things. All right, I can sell a vase with magic on it, but I can't sell ashes belonging to X.
No, we're not going to. So don't worry about it.
Just don't, yeah.
But it's also
Forget
just...
about the vase.
All right.
We'll get some diamonds. Don't worry.
We will figure it out.
All right.
Your wizard would also like gold.
Yeah.
I think we all need
Also,
a bit of
that we need a lot of gold, so I'm willing to sell most shit we're not using.
gold.
Noted.
One step at a time, my friends. Let's
Yeah.
get the Brobar first, and then worry about the rest later.
That's fair.
I have a
Hello?
wolf in the woods.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that what
Yeah.
you wanted brought through the teleportation?
Yeah.
Ah.
I don't-
How?
What?
Wait, where?
Why?
How?
What?
Um.
When?
It's
Is it
well,
friendly?
yeah. It's it's a paladin thing. You can summon a steed. Mine happened to be a gift from Reynard, so it's one of his protectors or something. It's a warden of the fallen leaves. Which sounds cool. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds cool. I thought I could do this like find familiar and put it away into a pocket thing and bring it back up, but I can't.
And Reynard didn't give
Yeah.
you a duck?
No. Well, I don't
That's a
think
shame.
Reynard's the one that's been choosing what happens exactly. That's just me pulling the wilder magic through in a way that wasn't like directed.
Hmm.
Yeah. I was confused for a long time about how it was working, but I'm pretty
Oh.
sure he did not have any clue about it.
You can also dismiss your steed at any time as an action, causing it to disappear. So you can find
But
familiar.
I have to
this
then
thing.
recast the spell. Isn't that the difference?
Yes.
Which is annoying. I was afraid it would be like, anyway. Yeah, I guess I could dismiss it. Now I feel silly that I summoned it in the first place.
Well,
We
you gotta
don't
meet
really-
it.
Yeah, I just thought
I would like to
he'd
meet
be
the
more.
wolf.
Yeah, we could all say hi, and then I could say, just thanks for popping in, and then I'll bring you back when I have a room for you. Yeah.
I'm not sure how the people of Brobar would react to.
Well, yeah. If we were
Big
going to
wolf.
keep first, it'd be fine because then he could just take my room. But yeah,
What about all the people at the keep?
it's my family. I'm not gonna explain it. I'll
Okay.
probably just be like, Mel's doing something weird again. So, yeah. So I guess I introduce everyone to Bayou and then dismiss it.
Riches.
Also,
Bayou.
Bayou.
Bayou might be Bayou. Okay. I have to write his name out phonetically.
Like Bay.
Yeah.
Bay is Bay.
Bet.
Hey, Bay.
Right. So what are you doing?
Find a place to draw a circle and go.
Yeah, I'll go find a good spot.
Nell, if you want to go say goodbye to your family, this will take me a minute.
Yeah, I'll say goodbye to everyone, etc.
Yeah. You get all your hugs. Your sister tells you that she is most definitely gonna go out east. And seeing as though Leaf apparently was not at Balesville, gonna find him and kick his ass.
Hell yeah. Just, I know journaling is not so much your thing like it is mine, but I need you to remember every detail of that moment so you can tell me about it later, okay?
Oh, I won't need to journal it. It'll be my cherished memory.
Perfect. Good luck.
We will tell the story to the kids that end up coming into the village later on in life, and how we beat up Leaf. I'll embellish it a little bit to say that you were there.
Ooh, I like that. I don't know if we'll be able to put it into the Hall of Records, because that is Talen's son. But
That's okay. It'll have its own special hall.
hell yeah. Brain Hall.
Brain hall.
Yeah.
All right, bye now.
Excellent. Bye. Good luck.
Stay safe. Don't be dumb. Have fun with politics.
Have fun with attacking an
I
adventure.
will. And she pulls out her bow and just like fires arrows in a couple of directions.
Careful!
It's okay. I was aiming for trees. They're all trees. I know what I'm doing.
Oh
It's
boy.
similar to like when we've like left Darrow-Karth. Maybe I'll like find Nell's mom. I'll just I'll be like, would any we have a way of like kind of creating some essential supplies. Would like a bunch of like either alcohol, vinegar, honey, or anything be useful to the folks here? We also have mayonnaise.
I'm not sure what that is, but
Do you have a way of keeping stuff like kind of cold for a bit? It's like a great spread for sandwiches, dip for like if you like fry up some potatoes, add some garlic into it.
okay. You're really selling me on it. I'm very confused. I'll willing to give it a try. How much of this do you have?
A lot.
How much is a lot? I'm like, we're not expecting to have a grand feast here again, so this will just be in our house.
Well, it's like 2 gallons, but we can make as much as we need. So like whatever you don't want can just get thrown into like compost.
Okay, see, well, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll go get a few jars. We'll give some out to other families, and we'll see if we end up liking it, eh?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very curious as to what we're about to get ourselves into.
And thank you for letting Nell continue this. I know that, you know, with not wanting the paladins involved.
It's all right. She knows where her good heart will take her. And it's just unfortunate that there has to be image, politics, that get in the way of that sometimes. And that's kind of where I have to shield the family. But I don't want that to get in the way of her journey. Unless she decides she wants to take that up, but I believe her elder sister will be the next to do so, so I don't think Nell will ever have to worry about that. If you end up crossing her older sister too, if you could send her back home. She's been gone for some time, hasn't really said hi. Sent a letter occasionally, but have you met Nell's older sister?
No.
Alright, well, I mean,
I've heard Nell has told us many stories of kind of the whole family.
Well, I mean, you know, we have a bit of different skin coloration amongst the family. She's kind of got an interesting blend of both, we'll say. You'll know her to see her for sure. And if Nell's with you, she'll point her out easy peasy.
You raised an amazing family. Like all of everyone that I've met here. I was very... When I first met Nell, and I definitely had some kind of I don't know, anger, but there was like a annoyance of kind of the idea of people here. And I know last time I think it was very clear that none of that's there, but like truly everyone who is here has been the warmest, most welcoming people. And I hope that whenever we finish our travels, I could at least spend some time just here with everyone.
And she puts a hand on your shoulder. That's perhaps one of the greatest compliments you could have given me. My family is the most important thing to me. And I was very honored that your family came to be here with us for some time to share in passing of your family.
Thank
You
you
are
for
always
welcoming
welcome
us all
here.
in.
As my home is your home.
Thank you.
You take care of yourself
You too.
until you come home. All right. Elwin, where are you setting up this ritual?
I mean, I guess wherever we have like just a large swath of space to draw in chalk.
I mean, you could probably do it out of the house you were staying at. It'll make
Yeah,
for a
okay,
nice
we can do it in there.
surprise when the next family moves in. They'll be like,
Don't worry too much about it.
devil summons.
I have like in my book, I have all these different sigils like drawn out, and I'm very meticulously like making sure this is all correct. And I'm waiting to finish it so that Azaria can come check it before I'm totally finished.
Yeah, once I'm done, I'll
I'm
come
pretty
back to the
confident
group.
I can do this, but I've never done it before. So another set of eyes.
Look over it. This is to the Arcanet Institute.
The South Campus, yes.
And I like look at the piece of paper I have, and I was like, "That looks perfect."
I thought so too. Well, when everyone's here, we can finish it.
Is everybody wrapped up their things in Varmhall Village?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think entering the house as we get ready to leave, I take off my tabard and fold it up and put it into the bag of holding. I'm wearing full armor, but I feel naked. So we'll have to put some gold towards something else. A little fashion. Wait! I pull out a crop top. All right, just
Let's
How many
go.
can we sell the crop tops? How many of those do we have?
We gotta be
Well,
able to
quite
sell
a few.
those.
I have at least 4 for just me.
Those
yeah.
ghastly things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could get a poncho and be part of the poncho crew if you would have me.
I accept.
Okay. Well, we'll go shopping and we'll see what's available.
Well, I have an idea too. Your tabard had a symbol of your village, your family on it.
Mhm.
Seeing as we're going to be, we're a crew. We're the Seekers of Sicramund. We are a team. Maybe we ought to have a sigil of our own.
Funny that you say that, Gideon, because
Oh,
I've
no.
been sketching things out every now and then.
Really?
Nothing concrete yet. I've not put needle to thread yet, but I definitely
Well, we
thought
know.
about it.
A number of talented artists around here.
It's true.
Just an idea.
Yeah.
I need 1,700 gold, though, guys. So seriously.
Best I can do is 30 for now.
I
I need
have like
Yeah.
400.
3
Okay.
gold
What do
pieces.
you need 1,700 gold for?
Magic's expensive!
All magic's expensive.
part-
That's a very broad
I don't know
term.
how you guys
Magic's
are doing
expensive.
it!
Part of the reason I don't do it is because it's so damn expensive.
The
Well,
only
maybe-
real expensive part for me is bringing people back from the dead, so...
And I do very small magic right now, so I haven't gotten to the point where things need to be quite expensive.
Quick tricks for me.
We're ready to go.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll finish this circle then.
Drawing in the last rune of this teleportation circle, the chalk drawing on the floor suddenly illuminates with a bright white-green light that just shoots upward and kind of creates this like wall circle tube of light. And you know, Elwin, that all you have to do is walk into it.
Go ahead, everyone.
You've got 6
Quickly.
seconds. Go, go, go!
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time.
Alonzi!
the lot of you, quickly realizing you've got a short window, rush into this column of light. Anybody who might have been at the door watching would see the light just and the room become empty. Over in Bro Bar,
We probably should have warned them.
a lot of you find yourselves in an instant of your breath being taken away as you're pulled from one part of the world into another, and suddenly solid ground beneath your feet as you stumble a little bit. And it seems like you're in a building with an open archway leading outside. It's still, it's roughly morning still, so you see the sun is shining. You see the main courtyard. And from behind you, you hear, "Oh, well, would you look at that?" And a lot of you turn around. You see the portal that leads to the North Campus and the two statue dogs on either side of the door. Do I see somebody who gives good scritches? I believe I do. What do you think? As I do recall, these are people who give good scritches. Well, welcome
Scritches
back.
coming.
Everyone
And the
who
good
passes through
scritches
these-
happen instantly.
As these statue dogs happily accept their scritches, that's where we're going to take a break.
Yeah.
Be sure to
We
get up,
did
go
it.
get some water,
I
use the
knew we were gonna
restroom,
get here.
do what you
I
gotta do.
believed.
Drink more coffee?
If that's what you gotta do.
Whatever
Well,
works.
thank you all for being here. I hope you're having a good time. If you haven't followed yet, please be sure to do so. Also, head on over to our YouTube channel where you can watch all the VODs. Dallas has done a ton of the recaps, so you can speed run this whole campaign and keep up with us live and actually understand what's going on. And Christy runs the after parties where we go into depth about the theories, the background, the in-depth emotion behind these character choices. And so you can watch all that over on our YouTube channel. I'm going to put links up in the chat right now. Be sure to go follow and join us on Discord. And we'll see you all here in a few. Bye-bye.
Boy.
And hello again, everybody, and welcome back from the break. The party has just gotten into Brawl Bar and have been giving dogs some good scritches. But there's business afoot in Brawl Bar, and I am curious to know, what are the lot of you doing? You're back in the biggest city of the Ascendancy. What are some of the first stops you're going to be making while you're here? I suppose I could take us to the Brawl Bar map on Roll20 as well.
Oh, I love
If
this
there
map.
are- Oh
so
my gosh.
good.
Oh,
So
freaking cool.
Oh my gosh, I must find it.
Find it.
Or
Just out of curiosity, Teni, how many pages do you have in this Roll20 game?
like how many maps?
Yeah.
More than 50.
Holy shit.
Oh boy.
We should maybe communicate to the Learned Circle that we're here if we want to meet with them.
That's a good first step, I think.
I'll
That, yeah.
take out the sending stone and be like, not sure who has the stone today, but we just arrived in Brawl Bar. If there's a time to meet, let us know.
Back through the sending stone, you hear the voice of one Tabaxi, Dream Juné. Oh, wonderful. I'll see if I can collect any of the others. We'll... Where are you based? We'll send courier.
What's
I
the
have
name of the inn
no
that Tyrone
way-
works at?
I have no way to reply.
That's where I'm going.
I'll be
True.
like, Drac, could you send a sending?
Yes, I
And then tell them that we're staying at the same place we stayed last time because we couldn't stay anywhere else.
Why would they ask another question? They know how this works.
They should.
They should-
It's the Wanderlust Inn. Is where we stayed.
Nice.
Right. I will use a sending spell. Okay. I guess I'll shoot it back to whoever Azaria said they were talking
Juné.
to.
Yeah.
Hello, Juné. We will be going to the Wanderlust Inn again, where we stayed last time. Hear from you soon. Goodbye.
Oh, a second sending. Wonderful. Very well. We'll send the courier there.
They did not ask a third question, thankfully.
That's good.
All right. Let's go before they send any more messages to us.
I am going to use quick armor to get rid of my armor because I don't feel like I need to be super kitted out walking around the city. It just feels like a little ostentatious. So
Roll initiative.
We got stabbed instantly.
I say that when like one of like the worst battles we've ever had happened here. But surely this time.
Yeah, how many big bad battles can happen in one big city?
Could
I
be
mean,
all.
so
of
far
them.
we've been pretty consistent 1 for 1. So
Yeah, that's true.
So we've already had our one.
We never
first,
returned
yeah.
places.
that's true.
This is
So
the
I
only
guess
time
we'll
we've ever
see.
come back. I guess Darrokarth we went back to.
And
as
Varm,
well.
And
this is
Varmhall.
this is
we
our
didn't,
comeback
we didn't
arc.
have like I think Varmhall didn't count because it wasn't like big enough.
We also went back to Balesville, technically.
Eh,
Didn't we?
I don't think so.
but we've only
been
been
once,
there
right?
once.
We've sent other people there.
Yeah.
We tried to go back. We
We're
found
almost-
Monty
yeah,
on the way.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
For some
Um,
reason, my brain was like, "Oh yeah, when we went to Gideon's parents' place, that was the second time." But no, it was the first time.
Yeah, it was the first time.
If anyone else doesn't want their armor, I can
Oh,
get all of us.
sure.
I think no one else is wearing as heavy as armor as I am. So
Yeah, I'm wearing medium, I think, so it takes a little bit of time. But
Drac quickly changes into a crop top.
hell yeah.
just my
Oh, yeah.
traveler's clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Back
Drac,
in
you're...
warmer weather.
Yep, exactly. But it's clear skies, so perfect for that UV to reflect off of your metallic plates.
um,
Oh, I never even thought of that. Just like a beacon. People have to avert their eyes when I walk by.
You're just like setting things on fire.
A walking magnifying glass.
Yeah.
The second
Like,
time we'll
while
get to
we're-
make a City of Townsville joke.
While
Just
we're at
drag
the,
walking.
the Institute, I think I'll drop off my like writings on the second temple for the Chandier, and they have a moment. They don't seem like they're like super busy. I'll try and ask them just about the ashes.
So you make your way into the main Arcanet building. Is anybody going with Azaria? Are you already splitting up?
No, we'll go.
I don't
I'll
think
go.
so. Yeah.
Back in the city, back to the buddy system.
All right, so you
That's-
guys at least all make your way up to the Chandier's office. Those of you who didn't get to go there the first time, now you know where the Chandier's office is. Azaria, you knock on the door, and you hear from inside, "Yes, come in."
Like, open the door, and I was like, Chandier, hope you're doing well.
As marvelously dressed as she always is in some strange, almost sorcerer-like attire, it always seems like she's in a different outfit befitting some crazy powerful magic user. Well, welcome back. How's research going?
Good. I actually came across a second druid enclave, and just came to drop off my papers.
Now, one doesn't simply just come across something like that. That's... Congratulations. I am looking forward to reading through what you've written.
Thank you. And I'll put the papers down. I did have a quick question. Is anyone here well versed in poisons? I don't know if what we've come across is still active. It might have just become ash, but and I do not remember the name of the assassins off the top of my head.
The Shade Hand.
But we ran into a member of the Shade Hand, and it seems like when they were dead, their body left poison, kind of like a last-ditch effort. I would pull out the vial. I have a feeling it's just ashes now, but I was wondering if someone could examine this.
Do you mind if I? And she holds her hand out.
I hand it over.
She takes the vial in her hand, and you see an aura of like sickly green and black kind of like crawl up her arm, and like a vapor envelop her hand and the vial. And she stares at it and like twists it as if she was like looking through like a magnifying glass. And the cloud kind of just vanishes, and she hands it back to you. There's no trace of poison remaining in that, whatever it was.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, it was a quick spell, and only quick writings today before I'm off and I get to have a dinner break.
We shan't, will not keep you long. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, you as well, and good to see you not incarcerated.
It's good to not be incarcerated.
Something we all love to say. Very well. If you don't mind, shut the door behind you.
Will do. I'll head out, close the door. I am once I close the door, just for else, I am still so nervous talking to her.
She seemed way nicer than you made her out to be.
I
let's
point
see
to
what
Nell.
Cesaria say.
Like, weren't you there last time?
Now you're
Yeah.
muted.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
No.
I
She.
was like,
Once we move, I don't want to shit talk her right in front of her own door. Like, once we move away a bit, I'll be like, when we first arrived, she didn't know who we were enough to give a single fuck about us, and she is very busy, and I get it. Although it was not great. But I think after we kind of got ourselves entrenched with the Learned Circle, she was a bit more receptive to what we were trying to do and maybe understands the stakes. So I think she's a woman who operates on highest priority first, and we've kind of bumped priorities a little bit enough to get a pleasant conversation. So
actually,
That's good.
Nell, as a student, you Might want to write down what we've learned about the Alumbrites, and their ruins and stuff, and like submit
already
that
have.
here. Well,
Okay.
like, you know,
Like make a copy of it.
yeah, always keep your original notes. Because if someone tries to say that they wrote it, you have
Right.
the originals and they just have like a copy and stuff.
I'm honestly I don't know enough about being a student other than what you and I have done together. What do I submit it for? A grade? Like an is it like an essay or
like a thesis, like a area of
Hmm.
interest of like,
Ooh.
you know, if you're going to eventually become more than a student,
Yeah.
like kind of ascend the ranks here and stuff, you want to show that you know, have an area of interest, a contribution to provide other than, you know, a lot of the lower rank students are only gaining from here. They learn how to use magic, they learn things and stuff, and you become like a equivalent of a professor doing like what I do, then you're expected to give back.
To teach. Who do
Not
I
always
send?
to teach, like not everyone teaches. I mostly worked in, I mean, before teaching was a lot of field research and then became a teacher and worked with students. There's many different roles in academia.
Interesting. Who do I submit stuff to? I just thought you were kind of the person.
Well, I mean, you've shown an interest in these ruins and this culture and stuff.
Mhm.
That I think, you know, if you compile something nicely and I can help you with the formal writing, before we leave, we could maybe submit it to the Chandier here. There's very few people who have had the experiences that you've had and have seen the things that you've seen.
Yeah, let's do it. That sounds really fun.
Yeah.
My hand's like itching to get a quill in it. Right. Politics and selling stuff. And then I can write. Okay. Do you think if I were to sell the space, we should go to that guy that everyone else went to? Or someone here who could maybe like send it along to Marimus, who might want to have it as like a bard college thing.
What? I don't remember who we sold stuff to before, but in terms of buying magic items, like how much does the Arcanet Institute do stuff like that?
Well, it depends on the value of the magic item. Like they can definitely offer an appraisal. But if they're gonna buy it, it would depend on what kind of funds are available and if they see a practical use for the university owning such magical items, as some things might not be as well suited for, well, either city life or academic life. I mean, beyond studying.
And a magic item from the elemental plane of Earth,
I mean, there's some study value in that, for sure.
Yeah. Let's, maybe, like, as we've, like, come down to the, like, reception area, ask, the person working there if there'd be someone to talk to about this. Who's not the Chandier, because we just left her, and I feel it'd be very awkward to walk back and be like, actually...
Funny enough, they send you Eckhart's information. Because the Tinkerers are technically in part, partnership with the university as kind of an apprenticeship kind of thing, whereas Eckhart's kind of one of the more senior members.
Perfect.
Like if a student wants to get more artifice hands-on learning or alchemist hands-on learning, they're likely going to be partnered with the Inventors Guild.
Sweet.
Shall we take a trip?
Yeah, I think so. That feels like a good next step. So
It'd be some time before the learned reaches out anyways, so.
And
Yeah,
we
I
are
can't
already
imagine
in
that.
this area.
Alright. Let's go say hi to an old friend.
Great. So a lot of you make your way out of the Arcanet and over toward Tinkerer Alley, where you had previously had many magical items commissioned, and in Gideon's recent, as somebody has described it, anime magical girl transformation of a gun was programmed. So you guys make your way back over to the warehouses of the Tinkerers Guild. And stepping inside, there is... Previously, when you had been here, there was a very nervous gnome that was operating the front desk. Right now, this is a bit more... That person seems to not be in at the moment. Maybe on leave, maybe trying to take care of themselves, work on their nervousness. And right now, you've got this, more staunch, a bit of a pudgier gnome who's sitting at the desk. Hi, how can I help you?
Oh, I think we have a few different things, but to start, I was hoping to get an appraisal of a magical item.
Okay, so you're wishing to talk to one of our magic item experts? Very well.
Eckhart in particular.
No, you wish to talk to one Eckhart. All right, let me see here in my notes.
And this guy, looks down at, some paperwork.
Yes, it seems he's currently signed in. And I don't see any appointments on for him at the moment, so if you would like to head down the hall that way, take a left. It'll be 2 doors on the right.
Got it.
We know the way, thank you.
Very well. If you need any further help, just let me know.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And your steps kind of echo through these empty hallways, as most of the noise of this building is muffled behind doors as people work away on projects. But a lot of you know your way through this building, at least to one room. With a door that is shorter than most of you, you open it up, and you instantly hear just this loud as some sort of electronic or sonic tool or something is being used to cut through something. And kind of taken aback when you open the door, you all make your way into the room and find this large horse's carriage, but there's elements, a lot more metallic elements than there normally is. One of the wheels has been ripped off. Looks like some sort of tubes are being added, and there's just sparks flying. And you see Eckhart with this big welder's mask over his head, and he's using this strange buzzsaw tool that's cutting through metal.
Eckhart.
And he cannot hear you.
If it seems safe to do so, I can horn of silent alarm him, but I don't want to do it in such a way that he'll get distracted, cut his hand off or something. You know what I mean?
Based on how loud his tool is, I mean, if he won't be at least, surprised by another noise, it might be a little bit louder or just as loud. It might catch his attention without startling him.
Okay, I'll try that.
So you blow into the horn, and nobody else hears it. But you guys see the helmet shift up in your guys' direction, and the tool stops sparking and sending shards and heat everywhere. And he lifts up the helmet. Hey! Oh, hold on. Let me get down from here. This thing's rather tall for me. And you hear him clop down a few steps of some makeshift staircase that got him up to where he was on the roof.
Well, welcome back. Glad to see you're all still alive. How's everything working? Everything's holding up?
Perfect.
Good. What can I do for you? I mean, where'd you go? It's been a while. Stories to tell?
Lots
Climb
of
some
stories.
mountains.
Climb some mountains. Well, that sounds too high up for me, but I hope you had a good time. All right. Well,
Swam to the bottom of the abyss. This was quite helpful. Point to the armor I have.
Bottom of the abyss. I don't even know what that means, but okay, sure. I'm glad the armor helped you swim to the bottom of the abyss. I'm technically still on working hours here, so I should probably keep it a little more business oriented. We could chat later if you want to grab drinks or whatever. We can catch up then. But what can I do for you?
I was hoping to get an appraisal done, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, what do you got? Done some
I
good
just need-
stuff.
I just need like a big table to lay it down.
Oh, of course. Hold on. And he like runs over to a side of the room and like pushes this like large, wide desk, though short for you guys, that's just on wheels. So he brings it into the middle of the room. All right, yeah, you can put whatever you've got on here. Hopefully this is big enough. It's like a 10-foot table.
I like pull off the accompaniment and like lay it down.
Is that a rock on a stick?
I mean, in its most basic form, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
Good way of
it's a
describing it.
well, I gotta admit, it's big. It is big. Yeah, no, it's a good thing about it at the table. All right.
It's also not just a rock; it is magical. It's from the Earth plane, so.
Oh, fancy information. Okay. Different plane. It's magical. It's all good. All right. So, like, are you interested in selling it, or?
I guess I
Just
would like to
looking-
know just my options in general. It's just a little large. So I guess firstly, if we were to sell it, I would like to know how much we could get for it. And then if we do sell it, if you know anywhere else that has kind of like, I don't know, I guess like enchanted instruments or something similar.
All right. Well, if it's magical, I assume you're familiar with the concept of attunement, how kind of a person
Yes.
imprints themselves on a magic item. Have you done that with this particular magic item?
I have.
All right, great. So I'm not going to be able to attune to it to learn what it does. So if you could share that information with me, I can take a look at the hardware of it, and I can give you a rough quote based on all that information.
Sure. I'll outline the specs of it.
Yep. Give them the specs.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That sounds actually like an impressive lot that this can do. Okay. Well, give me a few minutes with this thing. If there's anything else you guys need lined up, perhaps prep yourselves and enter the queue just so we can bang this out. All right. Now I'm going to look at this thing here.
Drak will pop open the portable hole and get the chest of preserving out and bring it up onto the table. And then
That's not permanent, right?
what do you mean? Oh, the hole? No.
Yeah,
don't
the
worry.
hole. Okay,
He'll
great.
roll it back up.
That's super cool.
Yeah, that's not for sale.
And he gets out, like, he pulls a drawer from this, like, big table he's wheeled into the middle of the room, puts on a headset that's got, like, a bunch of, like, different magnifying glasses of different sizes that just, like, flick, so he can, like, magnify his view. He's got, like, pouches. It looks like he's got, like, jeweler's tools and, like, smith's tools on him. And he's just magnifying and looking around on this instrument. After a bit of time, all right. So I'm very curious. So I'm sorry, I'm a little flustered. You're not hoping to sell this thing? You just want it altered, or?
I guess it would depend how much it's worth, because I think selling it might have some benefits, because it's definitely really cool.
Because I mean, if you sell it as is to somebody, it's going to retain more of its value, because right now I would wager that this is probably sitting at about 30K.
Sorry, like
30,000 gold pieces.
The dollar signs in Gideon's eyeballs are spinning. That's a
How
lot.
much chalk I could buy.
I mean, I think I'm gonna
Money.
not sell it because Gideon, you can sell anything, right? So that ashes urn thing, you could probably get.
Well, I mean, I could
not,
sell
right?
I could sell the rock on a stick. I'll sell the ashes while I'm at it. Sure.
No, but I mean, like, because you could sell anything, I don't need to sell the base, and you could get the same amount just for the ashes because you're good at selling.
That's not what I said. No, I could probably get about 50 gold for the vase, probably tops.
I mean, you were saying that the problem is it's a bit big, right?
Yeah, but knowing how much it's worth, I think basically the thing I like the best about it, and I haven't actually had a chance to use it, is that I could cast the spell Healing Word, which is not something I normally could do. And that I think we can live without. So,
Well,
Well, what about? I also like the Cube of Force. Is that something that we potentially care less about?
I don't think it's gonna get us that much.
I also think 30,000 gold split between all of us, like you need.
That's more than enough.
It would
You know,
certainly help
2,000
me,
yourself.
but I know that Nell's excited about it. I don't want you to have to sell something that you care for.
That is true.
I don't really have huge feelings about it one way or the other. I guess my question for you, Element, is that it does point us in the direction of the Earth plane, and we have a lead for certain things there,
Well,
if that's important to you.
Now you see, so I'm going to continue listening to your options here. See, so you could sell it as is for that chunk. Alternatively, what we could do, and this would break my heart to do, but we could break it down, kind of, and kind of preserve different elements of the magic that was within it into different items, and perhaps get some of the amethyst that's in the body of it, because you can easily sell that for like wizard materials. It would diminish the value, but you'd kind of have multiple items come out of it, and then a little bit of profit, but not nearly as much. And then, of course, in that regard, there would be some payment that would have to come to me because I would have to break it down. I'd probably have to hire in some other individuals who might be able to help me preserve some of the enchantments. I might have to do some subcontracting.
Right. I guess it's just like a, like enchanted violin or something, not very common here. If I was just to try and buy something like that.
Well, I mean, you could hunt around. I mean, it's not like there's the magic violin store. You'd probably have to find somebody who's collecting instruments or who just happened to stumble upon something like you have and put feelers out and see if somebody was willing to part with something like that. Because it's not often people are really willing to part with something like that.
Right.
I mean, if you wanted a violin out of this, we could very much get a violin out of this. Maybe you said some spells would be able to be cast from it, so there's probably a magic item we can get out of it that could do that. It's got properties that allow it to kind of float around like a weapon. We could probably get the neck, maybe fashion that into a blade that could do that element still. And then it's got, you said the piece of it that allows it to point towards elemental plane. We could probably fashion something out of that using some of the amethyst, because sometimes materials tend to draw themselves back to where they came from. So maybe like a compass or something. But so we could do things with it. It just depends on if you want the money or if you want to preserve it and then get a little bit of cash.
I think this needs to be a group decision. I'm either way, it's good. Rhea, do you already have a tuning fork for the Earth plane? Were you able to get one from Domino?
No, I have a finger.
Oh, okay.
Which,
Okay.
What I really wanted was Earth from that plane, and I don't know if there could be more earthy things than part of a rock elemental
Yeah.
genie folk.
I don't
Well-
have a burning desire to make a deal with a genie, to be totally honest with you.
Okay.
I also worry about
I'm a
going
little
there
bit
and
tired
running
of making
into-
deals.
It sounds like it's a
Yeah.
place if we don't run into Domino right when we get there, we
die.
might just be made into prisoners for life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's a great call. I suppose if desperate times come later, we could probably find another way there, right?
I think so.
If you are all confident with that, and Elwyn, as you stated, don't want to make yet another deal, then I feel okay with voting for the money.
Eckhart, an item that would allow someone to cast Healing Word who couldn't, to get something like that crafted, how much do you think that would cost?
Well, if I'm
And
thinking
would
of what, if I'm thinking of, making the item that I could fashion out of this, if we wanted to make that item, but not using this material so you could preserve this thing, it might be anywhere within the ballpark of 2,000 to 10,000 gold pieces, depending on how many uses you wanted out of it, what potency of magic you were looking for, and again, that kind of magic is more clerical, so I would have to subcontract probably a cleric to help me with that.
What if you already knew one?
Drac. I don't know about that.
Are you?
Oh,
are
you. Oh, you mean you. Oh, okay, never mind.
Are you familiar at all with the
What did you
process of?
think I meant?
Nothing.
Okay.
Are you familiar at all with the process of enchanting items and whatnot?
No, but I'm a quick learner.
Make a persuasion or deception check based on whether you think that's true.
It's definitely not deception. Wow. That's like the best roll I've ever made for persuasion. That's an 18.
All right. What is your intelligence score?
14.
All right. Now, I believe you're a quick learner, but perhaps it might be something worth. I don't know. I'll have
Before
to think
you
it
addle
over.
your brain too much, what if...
Well-
So, let's say instead of, crafting this item from scratch, what if you use parts of the instrument that we brought? Would that be cheaper? Would that be easier?
Well, like I said, so you've got your options are sell the thing, get the money, or break it down into multiple different items, which one of those would be able to allow you to cast your spell that you want to cast, and then you get a chunk of money. Not nearly as much, but you'd still get a chunk.
What if we only broke off the part that can cast the healing spell?
Listen, you break the integrity of the item, it's no longer the item.
Okay.
Spoken like a true merchant.
My thought is we sell it. We feel like that's an item we need.
Well,
We
hold
could-
on. Let me follow up with, you said you might have other things to sell. Maybe you don't even need to sell this. Maybe you've got other junk that is worth similarly ridiculous value. I don't know. You seem to have found some crazy shit while you were gone.
Okay, well, in that case, check this out. Drac will open up the chest of preserving and, without pulling them out, point out the vials of Ramaraz blood, the antennae, and the carapace that we successfully harvested.
All right, talking him through it and like what each of these things are and the creature that it came from. He's like,
Jack
okay,
will describe the glory by which his party defeated this thing.
all right. So what I'm looking at here, this of course, I think, making a living as a hunter, it's not nearly as glamorous as a lot of people would say in the old stories. You'd get the pelt, you'd
Speak
sell
for
it,
yourself.
keep the meat. Well, I suppose that's fair. However, let me tell you some gold numbers. So, if I took this carapace off your hands, which I have no interest in this, animal parts aren't really part of what I do. I would probably subcontract a leather worker to help me with that, and probably a smith also because of the chitinous plating. But I would, if you just wanted to somebody to take it off your hands, I'd probably say $1,000. Which is nice, sure. But listen, if you made a piece of armor out of this, based on what you've told me on that exquisite fight, it's got some sort of way to fend off cold and fire. You might be looking higher than 10 grand if you made a suit of armor out of that. But that also takes time and money to make it. So your net wouldn't exactly be higher than 10 grand, but it could. You put in the effort, you get bigger turnaround. For the blood, you could probably do that a lot quicker with an alchemist. I'd say 10 gold pieces a vial. If you made it into a potion of some kind, you're probably looking at over 100 to 300 gold pieces. People love potions. They're quick to drink. They do an effect. It's done. It's over with.
We're in a city, and I actually am proficient with alchemist tools.
Perfect. You could use them yourself. I don't know what your intelligence level on that kind of thing is like, but if you're really good with them, you could do that overnight. Make a potion, sell it next day. Bam! You're gonna have a good week.
And what about the antennae?
The antennae, it's kind of more of a bug part. I mean, you could make a weapon stick out of it, but I don't see any,
A what?
a weapon stick. It's a stick for weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Must be a very technical term, Eloise.
It's an
We shouldn't
absolutely
Right.
technical
Just
term.
over my head.
Week 2 of the Inventors Guild training. Anyway, you got categories of what you can make. You got weapon sticks, you got boomsticks. Anyway, I'm going off track. So, in any case, I'd probably just say whatever, probably 25 gold pieces an antenna. I would recommend you take that one. I don't know what you can fashion out of that. Maybe some... No, my brain's not even trying to come up with something, I'll admit. But you've got a lot of good things here.
What about I'll put the cube of force on the table as well.
Similar
Great.
attunement concept?
I actually don't know. Does it require attunement?
It does, yeah, I believe.
Yes. But I
Have
can
you-
explain it to you.
All right, very well. You explain it to him, and he picks it up and he starts like pushing some of the buttons, which do nothing because he's not attuned to it. But he's like following you as you're describing it, and he's like coordinating the buttons with what you're saying. That's actually really impressive. Where did you get this? Because it looks very, very specific, like ancient almost.
I believe it is quite old.
I'd put it at about close to 20 grand.
Do you know a person who would be interested in purchasing an item like this?
I could put some feelers out, but no guarantees. I mean, I could if you wanted to part with it, I could see if I could track somebody down. I mean, the Arcanet very well might have an interest in this, or maybe even the Arturian Knights actually.
It is a great defensive item.
It sounds like
That's
it.
part of the reason that I think we should hold on to it, Eloise. It could come in clutch at a big moment.
If you think so, yes. It certainly could.
What about I pull out one of the shields that we found in the Alumbrite ruins? Now this is quite old. Also not from this world, so
What is it?
well it's a shield, but
Any
Yeah,
magic
I
to
don't
it?
I don't think so.
He takes it from you. He's looking at it, like admiring his reflection in the shield.
It's
No.
like chrome, right?
Yeah, it's like chrome-like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of wherever it is you hit up, I would recommend you take that to the Arturian Knights. They'll probably give you the best coin for this. Not a lot of people know this, but they have an interest in this kind of stuff.
If you had to make a rough guess, how much they would?
Well, I mean, it depends on how much of this stuff you had, but like if it was just the shield, you might be looking maybe double the value of a normal shield.
I don't know how much normal shield is, so that doesn't seem like.
It's like a decent amount. It's nothing crazy.
Okay. Well, I think I'm okay to sell the base, like the I mean, there's lots of things that could be helpful with it, but I don't think that, like, I think the money would be helpful as well. And like the healing word thing, there might be other ways to figure that out. And that's just like a really basic spell anyway, so it's not super important.
Hey, the way I see it, heck, you sell this thing, still want to get you find a way to be able to do what it is you want to do, you suddenly have money, so maybe you could just commission it.
Yeah, that is true as well.
Why I was asking about that. I was like, if on the lower end it's 2,000 and that's the main thing we want from it, then it's really not that much out of our pockets at that point.
I will tell you, this particular item thing I'm thinking of, it's there are certain people might make them into necklaces, they might make them into bracelets. I was probably do something a bit more bracelet-y to kind of save on material. But what you would do is essentially you'd make a series of charms, and they would become imbued with a spell. And essentially, you take one of these charms off, you throw it away for a day, you get to cast that spell, saves you the magic expending the magic. That's a lot more common. With this special, if I were to fashion it out of this base, there might be things beyond spells that we can imbue into these charms because of the unique nature of this thing. Now, if you've got more magic items, I'm happy to appraise them. This wagon doesn't have to get done for 2 weeks, so I've got some time to kill.
I have anything else?
And of course, if you want to think about things for a little bit, you don't have to solidify anything today. I could put feelers out for anything that you're like, yeah, we want to sell this, because it'll probably take some time.
All of that, the treasure that we got, could he appraise that, or would that be somewhere we would just sell it or use it as
like the alumbrate treasure?
Yeah.
The shield would be counted as a part of that.
Okay.
If you wanted to appraise
relics, crystals, etc., gathered from the underwater study.
Yeah. So basically, anything that you found in Alumbria that isn't a named magic item would be part of that treasure hoard.
Okay.
Did you want to show him that stuff?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, if he knows.
You probably got about almost 5,000 gold pieces worth of stuff here.
Okay, that's good.
And again, I'd probably chalk it up to the Arturian Knights giving you more for it.
Maybe we put a feeler out for the base, the cube, just to see if anyone's interested in either. We don't have to make a decision right now. And we take the kind of more mundane items that we had found up to the Arturian Knights and get what we can. At least lets us get magic supplies, a diamond or two.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, if you've got other magic items, and you think that even if it's not very, interesting or what have you, I'd suggest if you're not going to keep it around, get it appraised, because sometimes these things can have greater value than you even expect it. And more than you even think it's worth. Though you are all very clearly well-traveled and experienced worldly individuals, there are some people out there who are like, magic is non-existent, and would pay their savings to get a hold of something that just paled a banana for them.
I'll put on, just to see what they're worth, the Chime of Opening, the Magical Lighter, and the Ball of Wilder Herbs, the Charm of Restoration.
All right. Well, this pipe thing here, meant to open up doors. That's great for people who want to get into some skeevy kind of work. I'd say $1,500. They're not nearly as big as the numbers I just crunched, but hey,
No, totally.
that's a healthy pocket. The other two, however, these ones kind of sit around more like 50 to 100 gold pieces.
Put them
What
back
about this
in.
incredible hat? And I'll pull a rat out of the hat and throw it away.
Probably looking at about 50 to 100 gold pieces on that.
Are you sure? Watch this. I pull a frog out.
45 gold pieces. It's got frogs in
How
it.
did it get lower?
It's got frogs in it. I hate frogs.
But you're okay with rats?
Yeah, rats are fine.
Strange, man.
I'll bring out the iron flask and the charlatan's die. Just to see.
What is that? And he points to the flask.
It's flask. It doesn't currently have any creature in it, but it can.
Sweet. Sweet, yeah. All right. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to find anybody that'll buy that.
Oh, okay.
Not
Why
because people wouldn't want it, but because nobody's got that money.
Perhaps it's better off in a
They
tax
would be indebted to you for life, certainly. At least an average person. Maybe you'll find some rare collector out there. I don't know. Maybe the Arcanet would want it. I don't think they've got enough funding for that.
I was
They
thinking
might-
maybe the Arcanet is like they'd want it also to keep this out of people's hands.
Well, I mean, even though they might not be able to pay for it, they might be able to trade items, services, that kind of stuff. Because not a lot of people
Owen.
have 50 grand.
Jesus Christ. I mean, if we kind of gave it as like a jet payment from the Arcanet, you could just like have like, oh, all of my spell components forever are free. You know?
Give them to me.
Well,
Jesus
I think that
Lord.
would bankrupt them at some
Yeah.
point.
Probably.
What the fuck? Okay.
I feel like that could also come in handy, though, for us.
Yeah, I mean, it could. Just weighing all the options, because
Yeah.
we carry this shit around in our pockets forever. And this die, 60,000 gold.
The
Nah,
most expensive of all.
He takes the die from you and he rolls it and he rolls it again. Oh, that's funny. I'd probably put it at
Yeah.
25.
1,000 gold.
Nah. 25,000 copper pieces minus 20,000 copper pieces. I don't know if that math adds up, but anyway, it's going to be
Maybe
not
worth
as
less.
much as everything else. Yeah.
I don't know if
Okey-dokey.
I trust this guy anymore. He keeps changing his prices.
I reckon it's
Yeah.
about 8 copper pieces minus 12 gold pieces.
Sure.
So
My
says-
brain hurts.
My brain hurts.
Okay.
Negative.
I'll put the gem of brightness down too.
It's very negative.
Oh, what's this one do?
I will explain. It has one charge been used.
Oh, okay, so it's lightly used. Where
One
did
charge of 50, very lightly used.
Well, with that being said, out of 50,
Literally calculated the perfect percentage
you
it's worth.
I would give you a flat number of 4,900 for this. Even with the one charge used.
That's pretty good.
Do you have a
You
way of
use
seeing
that
in the
to
dark,
see, though, right? That feels pretty important.
Young's adjustment to my X can do the same function now.
Oh.
Oh.
That's cool.
Or X, I will gesture to Eckhart.
Oh, I see the blade on it is changed color.
From
Nifty.
the dragon.
A friendly dragon.
Yes.
You are all probably the most exciting people I'm ever going to meet. All right, well,
Well, if you want to get that drink and catch up about some stories, come to the Wanderlust Inn tonight.
the Wanderlust Inn. All right, sure. Not very often you get to that end of town, but I've heard it's pretty all right.
We like
Got
it.
it's got a lovely person at the front desk.
Somebody you got a crush on, eh? I get it.
No, just a very, very caring gentleman.
Oh, well, that's also nice. As long as you're happy.
Of course.
So then shall we
Oh.
for sure sell the Gem of Brightness?
Up to
Yeah,
you.
I don't have a use for it.
I mean, I'd actually be happy to buy this one right now. I mean, I can use this for something, I'm sure.
Sure, you have a deal.
Very well then. And he will give you 490
400.
platinum.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, what is that divided by 6?
An awkward number.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
not easy.
It's
816.
81.6666.
Right.
So then, about if Abe takes 82, does that help anything?
I can't do
Yeah, freaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 81 times 4 is.
Well, let's
what?
divide it by 5, and then someone I'll take
So,
the lower amount.
If Abe takes 82, everyone else gets 81.6 platinum. So 81 platinum and 6 gold.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Abe gets 82 platinum.
Mathing.
Nothing.
Math.
Nothing.
Wow. I have money.
Yeah.
We all get 81 platinum and 6 gold. Is that?
Yes.
Oh, sick. Now I have 81 gold and
Wow.
81 platinum.
Whoa.
Damn.
Damn, I have so
It's a
much
sign.
money.
Now I just have to get gold, silver, and electrum.
I don't think Electrum
And the
exists.
collection will be complete.
I've never heard
Yeah.
of that money before.
Somebody should unironically use electrum as their like main currency. That dude who just walks into a bar with a jar full of pennies or some shit.
Yeah.
Well, like I said to a lot of you, I would recommend you stop by the Artillery Knights at Frostjaw Tower. They'll likely take a lot of the random boo bobs that you got there, and you'll get a good chunk of money out of that too, probably about the same. But anything else? These, like I said, I've got a couple of weeks. I'm working on this thing. It's not a rush job. I'd be happy to interrupt some of that time with helping you source some things, or what have you.
I mean, sure.
I,
if
I
you want to
may-
ask around, see if anyone wants to purchase a very cool instrument or what have you.
Cube.
A cube.
Very cool instrument, very cool cube. All right, I'll put it on the table. I'll see if I can find anybody who's interested for that kind of thing.
I think I'll keep the Chime of Opening because we might run into locked chests that this will be useful for, was my thought.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think
Smart.
that's a good one to keep. Like, if we had to pick one to sell, I do think the base is the best option. But we can
Agreed.
also, see what comes of the next couple of days. So,
I mean-
Depending on whatever we choose to sell, Eckhart, I'll probably be back here at some point in the next few days. Got a few ideas rattling around my brain. I'd love to have somebody who knows what the hell they're doing try to make something out of them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to come hang out, absolutely. Also, have any of you had a chance to try out the trainway yet?
No?
No, we.
No.
Oh, well,
No.
they finished it. Well, at least they finished most of it. They're still kind of working on reaching Starcross, but for the most part, it's operational between here and Balesville now.
Interesting.
Fascinating. How long
there-
does the journey take?
From what I've heard, I think it's about. I think it clears the trip in about 7 hours.
That
Wow.
is
Wow.
That's
fascinating.
very fast.
is the only stop it makes Balesville?
No, there's like Smallkeep, Valenbridge, oh dear, Meadows Field, Balesville, Humebridge. I think
Is-
they stop at.
Is
I
it
think
just
the
one train on a loop, or are there like a few? So it's like there's actual like
there-
timed.
there's a few coaches from what I'm understanding. Yeah. I mean, and they've also got some further stations planned to implement along the line, so probably going to be some smaller towns popping up along the line. Hey, it'll be good.
Did you say Smallkeep and I wasn't listening?
Yeah, I said Smallkeep. Yep.
The train home. That's so
I
fun.
It
think
sounds
that
like
would
it
be-
won't take very long at all.
Yeah. Oh
Seems
my
like
That's
an
the
hour
way
to
to
Balesville.
do it.
I think
Freaking commuters over here.
I think the trip to Smallkeep is only like 35 minutes.
Holy moly!
Oh,
So
wow.
good. We could hire Tyrone because it'd be so much easier for him. Wow.
And
Oh,
thus
we gotta go talk
Tyrone
to Tyrone.
began his
Guys.
commuter life.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is
We'll
there
give
a
him a
fee
really
to
nice
take the
room in the
train?
keep.
Yeah, there is a fee.
I'll pay
Oh.
for it for him.
I'm not
Yeah,
exactly.
we'll get him like a pass.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how much it costs, but I think the full one way to the other, like from Brawl Bar to Balesville, I think is close to 115 gold pieces.
Oh,
Pretty
Whoa,
good.
it's
Expensive.
not cheap. Yeah.
Well, I
Wow.
mean, you're covering 7 hours. You know how long that trip is on foot? That's almost 2 days.
Be able to
Of course,
negotiate
yes.
some kind of deal for employees of ours at Smallkeep.
Exactly. We can make this work.
I could work on that. I'll get started on that. It depends. We got to see the keep first, but
Yeah.
there's gears turning.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you've got a reason to try out the train line. It'll be a lot of fun. I took one trip down to Valenbridge myself, came back all in the same day. I was quite surprised.
God, that's so freaking
That's-
awesome.
that amount of speed, is that safe?
Well, you know, I mean, is anything safe until it's 100%? It's...
Yes, there's lots of things that are safe.
I mean, listen, as far as I'm aware, there's risk in most everything. But from what I've seen of it, and what I kind of got to look at and figure out how it worked and all that, it seems pretty safe. It's not 100%. Something could always go wrong, especially if somebody decided to freaking mess with things. But I think it works as designed. They do have safety precautions as well to deter any, messing with the things. Like, you can't actually walk onto tracks unless there's a certain distance between the oncoming coach and crossing points and whatnot. And you can't tamper with the water gems in the track. So there's a lot of wards and a lot of protections and stuff.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not here to pitch the train. I just thought it was fun. Get out of my shop.
Well, thank you for all the help.
Yeah, no
Yes.
problem. Now, I'm gonna get back to working on this carriage. Now, go on, get. And he, gets you guys all around the legs and just, brings you to the door, shoves you out the door that's too short for all of you,
Wow.
and slams
See
it
you
behind
tonight
you.
for drinks. Bye.
Yeah, that was a lot more money than I ever imagined to see in my life.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
a fun guy. While we're
That's-
in this area,
Here's some
do we
choices.
want to see what the Arcanet would give us for that flask? What maybe deal we could negotiate if they can't afford a full payment, but maybe some amount of future magic supplies for...
Maybe that's a conversation we could have with charity.
Yeah, we should message Charity actually, because we do need to talk to her about some of the new stuff we found. And I just want to get a read on her, I think, when we mentioned Manon as well. Jenny, this was such a reach that you may not remember, and that's totally fine. And I can probably find it in my notes somewhere. Matt's, or I guess Vermin's, runes that he had. What were the different things? Like, was there one that was perception related or something, or a detect thoughts or something like that?
I think he had one that was an insight kind of radar
Yes.
sort of thing.
Okay.
Let me pull up his character sheet.
Oh yeah, he had one that gave advantage on an insight check while you
Okay.
had the rune active.
Mm-hmm.
Realized I-
Jack, you don't have detect thoughts, do you?
No, but I feel like our resident mind magic wizard over here might be able to finagle something.
She doesn't know it at the moment, but with the gold we have, it's maybe a spell scroll we could go find.
I mean, only if you think it would be useful. I was just thinking, I don't like being that duplicitous, but if we had a conversation with Charity, I'd be interested to see, if just kind of
It
what her
does-
gut reaction thought is to Manon.
I think there's
It does
risks with
feel
that
extremely invasive.
Yeah. No, I'm
if
aware.
she is someone we want on our side, I don't know that it seems very fair to do.
Plus,
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident in reading reactions on people, so if we bring up the name, I'll keep an eagle eye on her.
Okay.
I also would feel uncomfortable with probing her mind in any way, due to the fact that, like me, she's also had something go wrong with her brain thanks to the event.
Fair enough.
And
Okay.
she likely has protections against that.
Also that.
Okie dokes.
So do you want me to send her a message, or shall we make our way to the Wanderlust first and get situated?
We'll send her a message first, because if she's like, oh, I can meet you in 10 minutes, it would be stupid of us to go across the city, knowing that it takes about 15 hours, so.
They have a train in the city.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It'd be hard to put a train in the city, but maybe if they like built it underneath, that would work.
Oh, interesting.
That seems crazy. I don't know what you're talking
Sounds
about.
very difficult.
What if we could
150
train
years in the
bullets?
future, and I update the campaign setting.
But if
It
you could
seems like
train bullets
something-
to dig and then like the tunnels.
Right.
Sort of
Maybe the next time we plant a
subterranean-
bean and a bullet comes out, instead of killing it, we teach it how to
train
dig.
it.
Wait, why don't we
Right.
sell the bag of beans?
Oh, let's
Because
get
we're
rid
going
of those
to
fucking
plant
beans.
the beans.
No, I do want to plant some more beans.
Oh, we gotta plant the beans.
Yeah, you know what? Let's
Okay.
do it somewhere that. Let's not do it. I don't want
I'm
to.
going to send a message to Charity. Let her know we're in the city. Charity, hello. I hope you're well. The Seekers are back in Broadbar, and we would love to meet with you at some point. Let us know when you're available. Thanks.
Well, glad to hear that you're all still alive and well. If you want, if you could arrange a meeting with my secretary. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit swamped as exam season's coming around, and I'm going to be doing some extra grading, so kind of have to be a little more sparse with my time. I could pop by the keep at some point.
Okay, I'll relay that. Okay, so
Well,
she's
that'd
pretty
be fun.
busy.
You could have her over for dinner.
Yes, I think that would be fine.
Okay.
We can reach out later.
Yeah, I guess. To Wanderlust? Is it?
I think
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I think so.
We'll drop our stuff off. Stuff off.
Do you have our
Stop
best friend
the-
Tyrone is there?
Send him
I
a
just wanna
job
talk to
offer,
Tyrone.
perhaps?
Could we stop at the Temple of the High Planetary on the way?
Why?
Because you talked
Huh?
about it.
Oh, okay, for you.
Talk about taking the ashes to
Yes.
a priest or priestess there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Violet,
It
were
was
you thinking
very
now?
Yeah, is there any
defensive.
other
Nothing.
reason? We just
No, it's just like, just
Why
want to
so
know
suspicious
what
of
we're
our
doing.
boy Abe?
Oh, it's nothing to do with Abe.
I mean, there's no one that we had a wonderful evening with there, I don't think. So
I don't. Did you? I mean, you never told us about it. What's that about, Abe?
Oh, I know what's going on here. We should totally go to the Temple of the High Planetary.
Conveniently, 2 rickshaws fit enough for 3 people each arrive just on the street nearby.
Oh no!
Oh,
Cool.
to the temple.
We don't need to
Fucking
walk anymore. We're rich.
Yeah, we're fucking loaded.
All right, each of the rickshaws is 2 gold pieces each. Who's paying?
I'll pay for 1/2. What's that? 6? I can do math.
What? No,
You only need
not
2.
per person, per cart.
Oh, I'll pay for the whole
Everyone.
thing then. No, I'll pay for all of it.
Okay.
okay.
I'll do 5 gold to tip.
Hey, how come he gets a tip and I don't?
It's a freaking. I'm splitting it.
Oh, you're giving.
One
Okay,
coin.
5 silver, 5 silver. Hey, way to go! We made.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good day. All right, let's get going. Wow.
Just make them fight over 1 coin.
Yeah. One of them's a blue hedgehog man, and the other one's a yellow fox. Let's go.
What the hell?
Sonic and Tails.
Let's
Rolling
Oh,
around at the
crazy.
speed
Gotta
of
go
sound.
Gotta go pray at the doors of the temple. Anyway.
You're
They
too
get their
slow.
lickety split.
Bro, I was eating.
You all arrive at the Temple of the High Planetary in like record timing, and the rickshaw drivers just speed off into the city to find their next customers.
Oh god.
Could have told them to go around the block a few times.
I don't think it would have helped. I don't think it would have done anything. I'll stay outside because I think I'm gonna
I
throw
meant to
up.
pick us up
No. Come
on
in,
the way
come in.
back. What are you so nervous about now?
It's you know,
Nell should be happy to see you.
we don't know that. All
I
right,
think she will.
Gideon's like already at the door. You coming or
Gideon.
what?
get down here right now. I need you.
What?
You know the drill. You know the drill, Gideon. And then I just hold my
Oh.
arms out, like, and then do a spin, like, as if to say, "Do I look ugly?"
You don't look ugly. Is there anything you want to smell like?
Apple cider.
Gideon snaps his fingers, does a little whoosh sound effect, and you smell of apple cider.
Cool. We didn't leave the base with Eckhart, right? We took it.
Correct. I mean,
Okay, so I have it on my back, and I'm like, "Is it cool to like? Do you think she would think it's okay? I'll leave it on. I mean,
It's fine. Hey,
I
look,
feel
if
like-
anything,
Put it in the
it
hole if you want.
showcases how strong you are at the end of the day.
Like instead of
It-
wearing it like a backpack, what if you like kind of like, you know, on
Over
your
the
shoulder?
hold
and then
the
I'm like
head of it?
flexing at the same time,
Yeah, you just got like your one arm muscle
right?
like leveraged on your thing. You're just like walking in like this.
Yeah,
My
Gideon
fear
like
is
gives
that
an
my
example.
hands are really sweaty, and I might drop it on her and I don't break her foot or something.
I can make
so
your hands not sweaty as well with prestidigitation.
It's okay.
All right.
Also,
Let's just go in.
I'm curious as to know what your regular clothes look like, because you've quick armored your armor off. Yeah, what
So I was literally trying
what
to
kind of
think
vibe? What kind of vibe are you going with? Like,
Yeah, put the
God,
what's the
I don't
vibe?
Here's with
No.
a fit.
Feeling
I know
check.
there's a crop top involved.
no, I take the crop top off. We're not ready. We're not at that stage yet. It's too edgy. Too edgy.
Don't want to show off
Um,
your washboard abs yet.
Do you think that would help? I don't know. No, it's fine.
Absolutely.
Might.
No, that's okay. It's not really me. I think it's just like really basic. It's just like leather breeches and like a tunic, and then like I think probably like simple but kind of like nicely embroidered vest over top, and then just like my cloak still cinched in the back, but just no armor. It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, if it's not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen, and I don't really need to.
Now,
Anyway,
listen, you don't need to be so afraid. We just fought a freaking giant made out of void that is 1,000 times scarier than what this is going to be. Nyvera is just a person.
yeah, you're right.
You're not trying to kill her. You're trying to talk to her.
Yeah.
Alright?
She's also not trying to kill you.
She's also not trying to kill you.
Who knows?
No, we know.
We're
She's not going to
pretty
kill you.
sure.
Okay.
I
yeah,
doubt there's
no,
a
that
harmful
was
bone in
stupid.
her whole body, to be
100%
honest
sure.
with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, just make sure,
This is
just
too
duck
much.
when you go in, because that thing sticks up quite a bit.
Yes. Yeah. Good
Yeah.
call.
You got this.
Act
But could
casual.
I get the urn of ashes?
Oh, yes.
I'll toss a coin to Equinbach in your favor. Hopefully swing some luck your way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want
Shall we?
anyone to come in with either of
Oh,
you?
We're
I
all
mean,
going
you're-
in, aren't we?
yeah. The whole group is going in
Yeah.
because that's
I don't
casual.
plan to just stand out here.
I was just going
yeah.
to sit on the steps and bask in the sun, but okay.
By all means. I'm going in. Gideon goes up towards the door.
I'll just
They
like
will know
follow
as well.
right after.
I mean, the interior of this building. I don't know if everybody's actually been inside the Grand Temple of the High
Oh,
Planetary.
wait, no, I have.
Yeah, you came here once.
I think
That's
I went
right.
here with Nell at some point.
Yeah. But a lot of you walk in, those of you who haven't seen it, the grand tall roofs, the spheres like floating above and like spiraling, representing the symbol of the faction itself, and natural light pouring in through windows of different colors. And at the far end, it kind of splits into this T intersection filled with these massive statues of the 10 deities of the High Planetary. And as the group of you walk in, there are some people sitting on pews, just kind of in their own meditative like prayer. And as the group of you walk down the aisle, a figure in a brown hood kind of pulled over their head walks up to the lot of you. Who's in the front?
I guess me, because I went first.
True. And they accidentally bump into you. Oh, sorry. And they like get around you.
That's fine. Can I like try and catch a look at who this person is?
Make a perception check.
Also?
Heck, sure.
I thought you were basking in the sun.
No, I can't.
Oh, that's fair. You know what?
Ooh.
I'm gonna use my perspiration.
16.
Yeah.
Oh, that didn't roll out. There you go. All right, 23.
Those are good rolls for you.
These are really good.
Nice rolls.
You
Dude.
out perception Drac.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't-
wild.
You have a plus 13.
Yes, sir.
What?
That's
crazy.
Expertise.
the two, like, Gideon, it's brought to your attention, like, you look like, who the heck just bumped into me? And Drac, you kind of suspect there's some fishiness. You also kind of clock into this situation. The two of you notice, as they look back over their shoulder toward Gideon, who they just bumped into, the nice amber-colored eyes of somebody whom you've met before, sneaking their way to the back of the line, only to reverse and follow up behind you guys.
Amber-colored eyes.
And then pokes on either side of Nell's shoulder as that individual ducks. And Nell, you whip around. They're not there, but you look down and looking up at you. Nivara Colon 3. Pulled your hood back, jumped up, surprise! You're muted. She says to you.
So high, I didn't register.
Oh, really?
I'll take it again.
Nope, it didn't catch it again.
Yeah, it's so high, gang.
Oh my god.
You're not going to be able to hear it.
What?
Her
How high she
saying
went on her
hello.
mic.
Oh.
Yeah. It's up there.
Not even that.
Oh my god, hey. Hey.
For the mic's sake, can you please play it cool?
I'm trying. We're back.
Hey, did you just get in?
Yeah, like an hour ago. or
Wow.
something.
It's so good to see you. Why here? I mean, like, I probably shouldn't run off today, but hasn't stopped me before.
No. I don't know. I wouldn't want you to have to do that if, you're busy or whatever. We actually have another reason as well. We have some ashes to examine. So,
Oh. Now, when you say ashes to examine, like, are you trying to figure out if they are ashes?
May I?
Yeah.
So Gideon is obviously hearing this conversation.
Yeah, you've all stopped and have basically, like, are listening in on the Nell Nivara conversation. She
So
waves hi to
Abe-
all of you.
Abe kept going.
So
Okay,
Gideon
Abe's gone.
need for privacy.
So Gideon will actually turn around and walk behind Nivera, and he'll just sort of be like looking at some of the statues and whatnot. Nell, you will notice that he starts glowing with that radiant aura that he glows with. And he kind of like shoots you a look over his shoulder and like nods at you.
I just shake my head. It is what it is. If she doesn't like it, it's fine. Who I am. It's not gonna get any better. So, but I think, like, knowing you guys are with me, I take some deep breaths and I try and center myself as much as I am capable of doing. Sorry, that was
Drops the aura.
when we were in Valenbridge, we won an urn of heroes' ashes, and I guess we're just curious to see if they're nonsense or if there's anything to them.
Oh, well,
That's all.
okay. If you got them at Valenbridge, they must be like pretty important, I guess.
Me? It was a prize in a festival that was happening there, so it could be.
It's a little weird,
is that-
though.
Yeah, right? To give out ashes as a prize?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? My bet? It's probably somebody's pet.
Oh no. Well, I guess in a way it's kind of nice, like we're taking them on a adventure that they wouldn't have had previously.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cute.
Yeah, it's a cool urn too. It has like a spell to preserve the ashes cast on it, so we just thought we'd check it.
Aw. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
I kind of hope it's a dog now.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out maybe if that's.
Well,
a thing
right.
that-
That's right. That's what you're here to kind of find out. Right.
Yeah.
That's cool. Do you have plans?
No. Never. I mean, we are going to be seeing the learned circle at some point, and we have a keep that we've never been to, so we should probably look at that, but it's just kind of flexible.
Okay. Oh, that sounds exciting. I'd love to come see it. If
Come for dinner.
oh,
We're going to take the train for the first time ever, and you could, or if I didn't even ask you if you have plans, you're probably busy, so it's fine.
Actually, Gideon spins around. Actually, that might actually be quite nice. Tell me something. Have you ever been to Balesville before?
no, I've really just been in Bar all my whole life.
Well, I'll tell you what. The people of Balesville, we're known for a few things, and cooking and hospitality is one of them. So, if you'd like, me being from Balesville, being a pretty good cook myself, just ask my friends, I'd happily cook for you as well. We could show you around the keep, give you a tour if that would interest you. You want to get out of the city for a bit?
I mean, yeah, it sounds lovely. I don't know if I could.
That's fair, but the offer's on the table.
And she looks to you now with like a bit of a sad smile.
I mean, if you ever just want to get dinner not outside the city, we could probably arrange that too.
I mean, it'd be easier for me. You said you're going to meet with the Learned Circle later, right?
At some point, yeah.
Probably best to try and play it like we don't know each other.
Okay.
Yeah, if my mom asks if you know me, you don't.
Of course. I only know an old dwarven man that got into a whole lot of trouble when I was competing at the Peroleum.
Well, no offense to your friend, but you were the favored fighter.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do very well, so.
Well, I didn't
No
help you
offense.
either, and I got arrested, so we both ended up in the bad end of that deal. But anyway, I should probably finish up some duties before I can actually go. So I'll see you later. Be sure to follow up.
Yeah, look at this, and I just pulled out the base. It's a cool.
How did I not notice that was on your back?
I don't know. It's huge.
What is it?
It's a base from.
It's pretty.
Yeah, it's from the Earth plane. I just thought you might like it because it's an instrument.
Where's that?
Oh, I don't know. We didn't go there. We just met someone from there and he gave it to us, so.
It's cool. Love to hear you play it sometime.
I can certainly try. I'm not very good at playing instruments. Presumably nothing like you are, so.
Well, I'm still figuring it out too.
But anyway, we're staying at the Waterlust Inn, if wanted to know that. But I'll
Alright,
let you get back to it.
I'll do with that information as I will then.
Excellent.
All right. Well, I'll find you later, maybe, if you're still here.
Sounds good.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
And she scurries off. Now have a point of inspiration if you don't already have it still.
I already have it if someone else want it.
Anybody need it?
Gideon's
it.
the only one who spent it.
You can have it, Gideon.
Thanks, now.
Have her vomit luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do vomit, I will prestidigitation. God, that's hard to say. Prestidigitation away.
I think it's fine. If it was gonna happen, it would have already happened. My mouth
Hey.
is so dry.
Yeah,
So.
look, sorry for butting in
Want
like
some
that.
water?
No, it's good. Yes, thank you.
I just figured
chug.
that you made an offer and then you declined it on her behalf.
Oh,
If you're gonna
yeah,
make
I just-
somebody if you're gonna make somebody an offer, let them answer it.
Right. Okay. It's good to know for the future. I just didn't want to be too forward. So.
No. Again, you declining it on her behalf is weirdly enough being more forward because you're taking the choice away.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
And it's like,
Cool.
no. I was like, honestly, did fine, except for like, yeah, that kind of like one moment. Like,
Yeah.
she's
Just the one.
definitely into you. I'm like,
Oh,
keep it on the
that's-
low. Like
That's definitely a thing.
How can you possibly tell? I don't get it.
You two.
because she acts the same way that you're acting right now.
That's right.
She's a flustering. You're both just flustering balls of emotions.
You're both so damn
Remember-
awkward.
well, I was good. I wasn't going to
you.
say that.
Thanks. No, that's really
yeah,
helpful. That's meaningful and yeah, I really
No.
appreciate the kind words.
Hey, listen.
I like
You've
start
had-
putting a hand over Gideon's mouth as like
You-
says these
listen.
backhanded compliments.
You've had plenty of kind words for me in the past, and they've helped me out. So you know what?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm honest with people.
No, it's good. We're here to do something. All right, let's do it.
Now that you
It's
guys have kind of snapped back
wandered
to
off, guys. I don't know where he went.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's already happened.
Abe's
Oh,
gone.
sorry.
He's just
True.
completely done the job.
So Abe, you've gone further into the temple, and you try and track down a priest now that your friends have been preoccupied, and you've got the urn with you. Once you're in the section with the tall statues of the deities, there are priests nearby, like waiting to help people, and you're able to flag one of them down if that's what you desire.
Yep.
Very well. You kind of wave to one of them, and they come over. Yes, hello. How can I help you?
I have an item, this urn of ashes. It was a prize for winning a competition. It was described as ashes of a hero. We've had it identified with magic, and the urn itself had a preservation enchantment put on it to preserve the ashes. I'm wondering if there's anyone here who could perhaps identify who these ashes belong to.
Well, that is an interesting situation you find yourself in. Well, to whoever owned the vase, clearly there was somebody worth the value of preserving the potential to bring them back. Now, my question for you is, you may have tested the magic of it, but have you tested its morality, so to say?
I have not.
Well, perhaps that is something we could start with. If you'd like to follow me, we can see what we can do.
He follows the person. He's holding it like a baby.
Right. So this priest leads you to a side room off of the side of this kind of T intersection, and so you guys exit out and kind of turn into an area that's a bit more of a like there are a few beds lined up, kind of like a med bay, and then it turns again and heads outside. And when you guys head outside, you're kind of in this meditative garden. And what you notice immediately about it is that the din of the city is like muffled out. Like this place has been magically enchanted to be like quieter for the purposes of focus and serenity. There are several like hedges that are trimmed, a almost like sand and stone garden like you'd see in like a Japanese pagoda, and a tree that grows up in the middle. And sat upon a table in front of this tree, there is this like black carving. It seems like it's made out of like a black ivory, but it's in the shape of like a willow branch. And the priest takes you over to some of the sand and motions for you to sit down as they too sit down in the sand.
Abe will quickly slip a hand into the side pouch of his backpack and slap the badge of senses on, or sensing, and then sit down.
And you sit down in the sand. It is warm from the absorbing of sun's rays, almost a little too hot, but then you get comfortable. The malleable ground as you sit down in it, and it gives way to your form. The individual grains that kind of offer both the comfort but also a slight irritation. It's a lot for the first sensation, but it's so wonderful, the ability to feel this. In any case, you are now sat upon the ground in this sand with this priest, and they look to you. I'm going to begin an incantation to kind of sense the intention of this person when they were alive, whether they had done good things, whether they had done bad things, to see, because we can't always be certain when people perform things like this, if it is for the good or if it's for the bad. So I hope you don't mind it, and hopefully it's no one personal to you.
Be my guest, please.
Very well. And they pick up handfuls of sand in either of their hands, and they let it drain from their hand. And they kind of enter a state themselves. And they just let that sand constantly run as if they themselves were a waterfall at the top of a mountain. And they open their eyes, and they're bright white. And they fixate their gaze on the vase. And it is just silence in the garden. You hear the minute drops of sand pouring into the bigger collective of this sand garden. And then their eyes return to normal. Well, whoever this was, I got a good sense from them. They're definitely somebody who, though depending on what you believe in, maybe they do deserve another chance, or maybe they've lived the life they wish to have. As to the identity, that's a lot harder to do without just straight up bringing them back. And of course, without a body, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Or at least you'll need someone incredibly powerful. What is your hope?
I guess my hope is that there would be some spell that could tell me the identity of this person. I have a theory that it is my pre-organ folk body, who I was before becoming this.
That does make a lot more sense. I mean, it's not my place to pry, but are you happy? Does it not feel the same?
It's a very complicated question, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. I realize that.
It's fine. It's just I don't think we have the hours to discuss the minutia of the answer.
If you make the time, there's always Bach providing the time to discuss the minutia. And if you decide you want to talk about it, we'll be here. Sometimes the purpose might be beyond more than the body. It might be beyond more than oneself. Though I get the sense, if you are indeed the person who is within this vase, you probably already know that. I hope you may not want me to hear this. You may not want to hear this, but this, he taps the lid. You don't need this. Though I do hope that you're able to find your answer. And it would be amazing if you could find this. But you don't need it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What is your name?
My name is Abe.
Well, Abe, if you have more questions or you want me to dig further into this, I would be happy to help. My name is Paylor, and I've been with the High Planetary for a couple of decades, and when our first High Priest stepped down from old age, I was excited to see the change here. He was a good man, but there's always something exciting about something new, something that you didn't know you wanted before. And turns out, I think I needed the change. So, maybe you're right. Maybe you do need this. I think in either case, though, you'll always do the right thing. It was pleasant talking with you, Abe. I should, if you need anything more from me, feel free to find me in the temple here. But, I believe we'll be beginning to, close up our service for today.
Thank you very much, Baylor.
You're very welcome. Take care, Abe.
You too.
And they stand up and wipe off the sand from their long gown, and it really gets everywhere.
I'm feeling that, yes.
If you'd like a moment to stay in the garden here, feel free to.
I think I will.
Very good. And they walk away and back into the temple. It's a beautiful space.
Abe will put the ashes, or the vase, just on the ground in front of him. Dig a little hole so it doesn't fall over, you know. And then he will just sit there with his head in his hands. Let's say like 5 minutes. And then he will get up, take off the badge of sensing, put it back in the side pocket of his backpack, pick up the urn, and then head back to the group.
And back inside the temple. The lot of you, by the time you've begun to realize, oh, Abe's already gone, and you've made your way into the area where all the statues were, Abe's coming out from like a side room back into the building.
Where were you, Abe?
They have a very nice side room.
Oh.
It's very serene, actually. He's like walking slowly out while he's talking. There's a lot of sand in there. I think there'll be sand between the pieces of my armor for a while.
I can clean that out if you'd like.
Not right now. But
As you will.
It'll probably be necessary.
Sure. Just let me know when. In the meantime, I'm gonna pay my dues. And Gideon goes up to the statue of Equinbach and puts down a small stack of gold coins. Puts down 5 gold coins. And under his breath, he whispers a quick little something, and basically says a quick
speed for the boys.
he says a quick little prayer to Bach to keep Hildy healthy while he's gone.
There's a sensation localized on the scar on your chest, as if a breeze caressed it.
That's me.
Abe, were you able to figure out anything about the urn?
Abe, like, for the first time you've probably ever heard, like, actually sighs, like a big, like...
Was that sand?
Oh, I know that feeling.
Hundreds of years of that feeling.
So no.
Okay. Sorry.
We can chat about it if you like later.
Perhaps later.
I can take that off your hands and put it back in the hole if you like.
I might keep holding it for a while.
Got it, buddy.
Thank you.
Do we want to go to the inn then?
Yeah, let's head to Rome. Let's get ourselves situated.
Might as well.
So a lot of you make your way out of the temple. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem Nivara catches you in time from when Abe returns to the group and you all decide to leave. However, if you decide to take a rickshaw again, they seem to just know when you guys exit buildings at this point.
They follow us.
As like we're like walking out, I just instantly toss them 3 gold each.
It's like you toss the coins in the air and then they show up to catch them.
That's what I was going to say.
Amazing.
You want to go fast? We got you.
Yeah.
Of course.
All
To the
right.
Wanderlust Inn.
Very well. You guys make your way, enjoying the pleasant stride atop some rickshaws through the city, and you guys end up taking your way through the, you pass the graveyard and the darker forest on the left, over the river, and up through the economic busyness that is the Grand Market. And it is not far from this busy district where you've all become friendly with a local inn called the Wanderlust Inn. And the rickshaws pull off the main street, navigate through some of the back buildings, and lo and behold, well, you're here. Have yourselves a good stay.
Thanks very much.
Boom, off they go. Gideon fired a gun at them. Run. No, just
No,
kidding.
that was them leaving. They're a lot faster when
Oh,
we're
they're
not in
guns.
the carts.
They're just a
lightning.
couple of floating guns.
I was gonna
Guns
say, our
propelled
guns?
rickshaws.
Wow.
Ah.
Oh no.
This place is amazing.
People just get shot out of cannons across the city in the future.
Ooh, now there's an idea.
I mean, they're
We
already
need a
halfway
subway.
there. They've got the technology between the Arcanet towers.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
They could get like a good enough artificer.
I go inside.
use Gunpowder
Yeah.
can't. What? Where's everybody going?
Once inside, it is the familiar sight of the inn you've stayed at. Single-floored building.
Where's Tyrone?
You enter into the main dining area, which is kind of also the main entryway. It's got these like checkerboard, like tiled floors, portraits all along the walls of places that the owner seems to have visited across Brobar and maybe some of the other cities in the Ascendancy. And seated in a booth that is a little bit too small for him, with a little fez atop his head, a turtle, who is just counting stacks of money.
Oh.
It seems like he might have been counting the same 20 coins over and over and kind of curses himself as he puts them all in one stack again and begins to once again move coin over and over and over.
Drac yells out.
Hello, friend.
Tyrone!
Yes, that is my name. I'm right here where I'm always been. But, however, I am sorry to say that you've made me lose count once again. I'm going to be at this all day, I'm certain.
Oh, Tyrone, hand them over. I can do this.
Oh, I don't think that would be very professional of me. It's my duty, and I will get this done.
Okay.
Though
Give
I
you a tip.
appreciate... Sir,
I know you can
didn't-
do it.
I haven't even done anything for you yet, sir, and you are offering me a tip. That is no way you are going to become a broke man before you can make your business worth it. 1,
Look, I'm not asking for pay,
2.
and I'm not gonna pay.
3, 4,
Put them in stacks of 5.
5. And he shoves it aside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he shoves it aside. Sir,
Now, how many is that?
I should be the one tipping you. I think you have revolutionized my work. Because
And
that
basically,
is 10.
that's 10.
That's my boy.
You got some more, but
Where's-
it'll be easy for you.
I'm halfway
There's no
there.
one I trust in the world more than this guy.
Visibly proven he's bad at counting and
Not
basic
a
math.
single person. No, I love him so much.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be
I
our
will
finance
sit here
guy,
all
but,
night and watch him
No.
count coins.
but he's gonna be
ASMR.
our major domo or something.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
we need a
anything he
room,
wants.
some rooms for a few days.
All right, now my basic math skills are good enough to know that you're going to need more than one room for the number of people. So how many nights are we staying?
Are we staying more than one night?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, we're waiting for an appraisal.
That's true.
We might
Or-
actually. Yeah, we might need to stay a bit.
We don't know when.
How about this? We get some rooms here for a few nights, and then we'll see where we end up. If we end up here, we'll stay here. If we go to the keep, we'll stay there.
Let's say 4 days.
So you would like to stay for 4 days. Very well. I believe it's 8 silver pieces per night, and 8 times 4. Give me one moment as I once again run
32.
through. Now, Professor, I don't want to step out of line, but I was going to get there on my own. I was going to show my work, and I was going to be proud of it. But
I'm
since
sorry.
you have helped me, 32 silver pieces.
I'll throw a gold in.
I'll just.
Wait, is it
Well, that's
each
32
or
silver
8
pieces
total?
each.
Each.
Right.
32
each.
silver pieces each.
Okay, I'll just put
I'll
down
just-
4 gold for myself.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'll just put down
Yeah.
4 gold.
I put down the exact change.
Now, this here is a man who is not going to go broke. The rest of you, I would
Oh, I don't
recommend
think
you
we're in
spend your
any
money
danger
more
of that.
wisely.
We are in no danger of that, Tyrone. Don't worry.
I'll take your word for it, but I am happy to help you in either case. Now, give me one moment as I get your keys. And he awkwardly shuffles around in the booth. Yes, and he pulls keys off the walls. These are the keys to your rooms for your 4 days. If you need anything, you know where I'll be, where I've always been.
Right.
In our hearts.
Yep.
And, sir, I greatly appreciate that.
Does he like fully not remember us, or is he just being really polite?
I think he's just being really polite. I don't
Sweet.
even know what he's doing.
He did. He remembered what I
Matter.
did at least. like-
Yeah, he remembered
Yeah.
Azaria was a professor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go get settled in.
Same.
Are these individual rooms? Are we sharing rooms?
I feel like if we're not sure we're
I
gonna be
forgot.
here, because we might be like between here and the keep, right? Do we need to get? I guess we just paid for individual.
We
so
just
it's
paid
fine.
for individual rooms, I
Yeah.
think. So.
Yeah, it's fine.
We get the luxury of some
We've got some money.
privacy.
Okay.
We each have our own brooding corner, but it's a whole room instead.
Maybe like we don't have to brood for once.
I'm feeling pretty brood free, to be honest.
Uh,
I agree.
That's nice.
Do we have a
Okay.
name for the episode?
The
Brood
Brood
free.
free?
free
Brood free.
for
I don't know if
once.
that's true for
Brood
any
free
for
for
all of us.
oh.
Then
You
in
know.
brackets minus Elowen.
It's been
Minus
brooding
Abe.
too.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how my drawing goes.
Brood free and Brawl Bar.
Also, Ryan, your camera's a little fuzzy there.
Yeah,
Oh, sick! I love
Give us
that.
the old influencer hand.
Yeah, show us your makeup. There it is.
I didn't
Okay. No
I
hand
asked
required.
and I received.
hand.
You're good. You're good.
All right.
Okay. I mean, it's still like what? Like not even. Is it noon now?
Yeah, it's like
midday.
noonish. Yeah.
Do we
Yep.
dump off the rest of our stuff at the Arturian Knights?
That's a good idea.
And
Yeah.
we're
Yeah,
waiting
more
Yeah.
money.
to hear from the learned.
Mm. Oh yeah,
Something-
I'll let Tyrone know that there might be a letter coming to us from the learned.
Okay. Do you know whom it would be addressed to? It has
Probably
been some
Azarius.
time.
It might
Sorry?
just be to the group of us, the Seekers of Sycamore, or it might be
Seekers
to-
of Sycamore, maybe me.
Okay, one moment. I did get some mail here earlier today. And he turns around and shuffles into a basket where there is a single letter, pulls it up, pulls out some small spectacles. Well, it seems I have indeed received the letter that you have been waiting for. It is addressed to the Seekers.
That's us.
Pop it open.
Inside the letter reads, Seekers, if you could attend a meeting with the Learned Circle in the main auditorium where we first did your interview at 12:30 or half past noon. That's probably how they address it.
Today?
Yeah.
I guess we're heading there now.
Okay, let's.
I like head out the door and toss the 3 coins in the air for the rickshaw.
The guys are back. They're like, hey, where are we going now?
Oh boy, where are we going?
To the Learned Circle.
To the Hall of Learner, you got it. All right, step on it, Tail.
Wow, Kenny's just not even trying.
It wasn't plural. It wasn't plural. He's only Tail, not
okay,
Tails.
Okay. He only has one tail. Gotcha.
It's a single tail.
It's spelled Tayl.
What's the other one though?
Noctonic.
Don't
Sonic.
ask.
It's Sonic.
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 So unique.
Sonic.
Ah,
With a
Sonic.
Q-U-E at the end.
Yeah, it's Sonic. But of course,
Of
Sonic.
course, I have to go fast. You
It's
do not understand.
SOONUUE.
You know what? The thing with all these people walking, they are too slow.
You have to go fast. You do not understand.
In good speed, they take you back into the Grand Market, up the bridge into the middle district of this city, with the wonderful gardens. And you're like, it's late summer at this point, so you're getting like the end of great weather. Like, there's some butterflies flying around in the gardens. There are birds chirping. There's people out and having picnics on the lawn. And the giant statue is still being repaired. But you guys are brought to the Hall of the Learned in pretty good time. Probably about 3 minutes to your appointment.
Running, yeah.
Punctual as always, Seekers. Punctual as always.
You guys get to the door and they're like the Brobarian guard on either side. Yes, hello, how can we help you?
Hand them the letter, like winded.
All right, perfect. Yep, no, you have your appointment should be good to go. Do you know where you're going?
Lead the way.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I've gotten mixed answers there, so I will once again ask, do you need help?
Just lead the way.
All right, very well, follow me. And he opens the door behind him and escorts you all inside. Once again, there is that same sensation of, just a little bit of dust across anything. It's a place that feels like an old library in a way, an old museum. Artifacts scattered about here and there of old archaeological finds from this land. And the guy basically you come in the door, across the hall, he opens it up for you. Just head on in. He opens it up into this, like, the little waiting vestibule you guys had been in before your trial. They'll call you in when they're ready. Just open that door, and you'll be good to go. And you guys sit down, and there's like a tray with like a few glasses of water on it. So Drax is like, must consume.
So hot in here. Oh my gosh. The change in temperature, my friends. It was very quick.
We were in a blizzard
We literally were in a
yesterday
blizzard.
morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah. Well, we've traveled far.
Magic
The
as
scales are drying out.
Let's get you some drink after this.
Hmm.
And after
Famously, what helps is alcohol.
No, I whatever liquid, man. Fuck it. I don't care. Preferably water for your case.
and in short time, like, you guys have your drinks, those of you who are like really thirsty, and a few minutes go by. You're certain that it's probably a few minutes after 12:30. Oh, those people making you come early and not being on time themselves.
Classic.
Well, we ran
Is
here.
this a doctor's office?
For bureaucracy.
Yep.
We hired the same rickshaw we'd hired 2 previous times today. They were tired. They could have used a break, but no. All right. No care for the common folk.
And there's, in the corner of the room, there's like this like bell, or like, how do you describe it? Like a almost like a trumpety cone, like a megaphone, that just like bells out, and you hear a voice come from inside. Make your way in. Thank you.
Well, that was
It's like it's coming through the
strange.
horn.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
Let's-
ma'am.
Okay, let's go.
And seated upon the many seats, you all at the lower level of this circular, incredibly tall auditorium. Seated up in the 6 seats, Gath Pollenbay, Hillip Rowe, Baldane Talbrak, Felina Gratz, Altea Quillanthri, and Dream June, the members of the Learned Circle. And Hillip's the first to speak up. Well, it's good to see you all. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I know through our correspondence through the earpiece that you've been informed of some of the stuff going on. Balesville and the new Reeve situation, and your intel about Kardrak Mithrilcoat was indeed now confirmed to most definitely be true, as he is now the Reeve, said Reeve. Anybody else have anything to add to the situation? Well, I mean, you were the one that was there, Hillip, says Dream, so you've probably got the best experience on this. All right, fair enough. Well, what have we told them? And the dwarf pipes up. We've notified them that there are negotiations underway with Balesville, and they are planning to secede from the Ascendancy. Okay, yes, that's right. Okay. So that's the current situation. So that's not really something that we'll need you all to be involved with. Also, have you had a chance to stop by the keep yet?
No, no,
We will soon.
Okay, very well. In terms of the keep, the dwarf pipes in, you'll be responsible for its upkeep. So it's currently been an Ascendancy site for the last 50-ish years. We've been paying for their groundskeeping, the guard. We've been offsetting some of that with tourism, taking a look at the fort and the keep and whatnot. But whether you decide to continue that's up to you. You'll have to offset the costs and pay for your employees, your upkeep. Previously said, it's historically been about 500 a month gold pieces, so just keep that in mind. And what other business do we have? And Altea Quillanthri, Naivara's mother, pipes in. Well, I believe we've been left with some information regarding bugs, so we've begun to find an expert in such things. We very well might have a contact, so once we get in touch with them and establish some sort of agreement, or whether that is a solo contract, we will pass that along to you. And perhaps that could be something you could begin to look into, as we still don't know too much about that situation. And Alina Grads pipes in. Also, the trainway is now up and operational. Feel free to take that service. As Seekers, you will likely be able to get some sort of discount as you are agents of the Ascendancy. So just be sure to present some form of identification.
While we're on that subject, I have a quick ask. Seeing as we're going to have employees at the keep, we may have some that live in Brolbar that choose to commute to the keep. would they also be granted a similar discount, if not one of lesser percentage or any kind like that?
Well, if they're to be offered a discount, we are the ones covering your discount. However, if you decide to extend a discount to your employees, that will come out of your pocket. That will be part of your coverage, unless you're also able to set them up with their own living spaces in the keep as well, which might save you a lot more, but sometimes people do have lives beyond the keep, so we understand that arrangement, but that will be out of your expense.
Very well.
Do any of you have any questions for us since our time last seeing you?
I do actually have one. Seeing as we just learned about the completion of the train to Balesville and everything that's happening there, I was just hoping for a bit more of a rundown of what safety precautions are being put in place there. We heard briefly that there's some along the line, but it feels like Balesville would obviously be a focus.
So, safety in regards to...
I mean, I don't know what to expect out of Balesville, but this train is something new and important and connects the Ascendancy, and that's kind of exactly what they're going against, so I wouldn't put it past them to try something.
Well, as it would so happen, and Gath Pollenbay pipes in, the gnome with like the triangular blue beard and kind of lion's mane brushed backwards. Well, as it would happen, it's unfortunately that station is through Balesville. It was always our intent to ensure that Balesville was part of the Ascendancy, and we've gotten so far with this project. Should Balesville decide to do anything to that station, well, there's not much we could do about that. We would just essentially have to say that our line runs from Broldbar to Valenbridge, or at least close to Meadows Field. We do have loop-around points all along the blue line, as people are beginning to call it. So there are not really a safety resolution, but rather a contingency.
Kardrak has proven that he's not above doing violent acts, so you should be wary of that.
We've been keeping your reports in our mind. However, he has not directly attacked anything within the Ascendancy yet. We are preparing ourselves for potential violence to outbreak. However, we do not want to escalate that to that step, especially by us making the first move, provoking them.
What is his hope to gain? Like, Balesville is a farming town. Breaking off on its own, sure, they can sustain themselves on food, but raw materials, those are from other places.
And Talbrak pipes in, well, if, based on my own military experience, what would likely happen is this is going to be their staging ground, and probably civil war is their goal. So they'll attempt to split the Ascendancy in half, and that would likely result more of the smaller towns nearby, maybe even possibly New Fugleby, possibly joining in on their alliance. They might even hire out mercenaries. Fort Hale isn't technically assigned to the Ascendancy. It's its own operational agent. So there is the potential for them to build up a big enough force, though highly unlikely that it'll be trained enough to go up against most of the Broburian army, but again, a loss of life in that kind of capacity is not what would be ideal.
We have to consider that Mithrilcoat most likely has allies in the old civilization beneath the ground.
Is there anyone left down there?
Dreams June pipes in, do you have any intel on there still being activity below ground?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me. He's mighty confident. And
well, from what I recall, they sealed off Starshire when the division happened before the Battle of Brobar. So, I mean, the fact that Kardrak Mithrilcoat is up here must mean that that wall has either come down or
magic.
Or maybe he was the last one.
True, if everyone else down there was, not as long-lived as he seems to be. Everyone died, he got tired of ruling nothing, came up to take another stab at being a king amongst... gesture at everything.
It's just like I'm trying to consider where he gets off being so confident, where he doesn't seem to have any allies yet, at least in the nearby cities.
And Altea pipes back in. Well, the fact that he was confident enough to make his identity known when he had previously been operating in secret makes us suspect that things had begun to move along in ways that he had not anticipated, but perhaps he has enough resources at his disposal where it isn't too much of a hassle to accelerate those plans. We do not know fully what his assets are, what kind of training they will be undergoing. However, we do know there was a massive migration towards Balesville, and they have since, according to Hillip, have oh dear, what are the words? Erected large extensions to the town so as to allow more people to live there, more people to train. And so it is becoming a bit more of a malicious state.
Great.
Actually,
I know
it's
for certain.
I don't know about you, Mr. Gray, but I don't think that's great at all.
I don't like it.
My apologies, that that sarcasm was lost on me. Continue, Mr. Drac.
We know for certain that Kardrak has employed members of the Shade Hand. So, if you're not aware of that already, then you are now.
What do we know of the Shade Hand? That's not a...
They're assassins.
Perfect. Okay, so he's got assassins at his disposal. So...
Not only that, they're supernaturally gifted. The one that we killed turned to a deadly poisonous ash.
Alright, well, it sounds like you've got yourselves at least some skill with this faction. Do you happen to know any other allies that Kardrak Mithrilcoat has employed or is working with at all? We've received the further update about Cadway Firewhistle defecting from his position in the Arcanet, so we do suspect some engineering might be occurring down there.
We already gave you the file on Parsival.
That's right.
Worries me that you mentioned Fortail.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Logan.
I was just saying, I don't think there's anyone else that we know of that he's working with. If we learn anything, I'll send you a message, but...
We tell them about Manon? I have no way of doing this in character.
Did you have message?
I feel like we're still like, you still talk.
True.
Maiden who?
We learned of a potential alias that he might go by or was once before going by Kardrak, and that's of Manon.
Well, how long ago would that have been? Because Kardrak's like 300-ish, more than that, years old.
No.
The pre-desolation. In fact, the potential cause of it.
There's some
We also
numbers
think
that aren't
Kardrak-
adding up into my head, but
But Kardrak should be dead, no?
that is correct. Well, I mean, you'd think he would be, but
we don't know enough about that connection yet. I mean, it could be the original Kardrak did die when everyone thought he did, and for some unknown reason to us, this individual is taking on his visage, but I don't know enough about it to give you concrete details. It's just if the name comes up, it might be worth looking into.
Has anybody been in close enough proximation to be able to detect whether he'd had like illusory magic? Because while I was there, I'm not a gifted magic user, but I didn't pick up on anything like that.
We've had one situation where he was at a place, confrontation happened, and once one person tried to attack him, he disappeared. He was never there at all in reality.
Hilip, when you were in Balesville, did you ever make any kind of physical contact with Mithrilcoat? Did you shake his hand upon greeting him or anything like that?
In fact, yes, I did. And it didn't feel strange. He was clammy, but he felt, I feel at least as he should have.
Right. Okay.
Magics at powerful levels can trick your mind. There's the real worry of not knowing what our enemy has against us.
If we could get close to him again, I believe I could tell better this time.
Well,
With the truth.
I wouldn't want to accelerate anything by sending you all in. That should be a last resource kind of thing. If we did end up having to go that route, it would be at the utmost importance that you remain undetected doing the work you got to do. Now, there might be potential avenues where we could use your current skills. There does seem to be some shipments that seem to be flying under radars. We believe they could be firearms that they are arming themselves and kind of intercepting D&R sites. We might ask you to kind of intercept some such shipments on their way to Balesville. Alternatively, as previously mentioned, we might have some leads on further investigating these strange creatures that you've reported about. But again, we've got a contact we might be able to get in touch with and follow up on you. If any potential other missions come up, or if one of these becomes of extreme tactical advantage, we may accelerate these plans and notify you to get into motion. But for now, I think that's about everything we got, isn't it? Oh no, the other day, a couple of weeks, 10 days ago, a lot of citizens had reported a kind of chest palpitation across the region, though they were all Argon folk. Any word on that? Did that come up at all?
Abe?
I recall a moment that could be described as such.
And when did it occur? Was it on Dawnstar Day?
I don't know, Daddy.
It sure was.
All right.
I don't know that we would know because we were in a time loop, weren't we?
No, that was back when.
Was that earlier?
Remember,
That was
we
in
were
New
all like,
Fugalby.
"It's Abe's birthday! What? Crazy!" Yeah. You were busy breaking your warlock pact.
I wasn't paying attention to much else.
Yeah.
It was back in New Fugalby when this happened. All right. Well, depending on this, if that is somehow connected, we may get you to investigate that as well. If we can get more intel as to how that might be related. But for now, feel free to report to the keep. I would suggest staying at least somewhat on hand for the foreseeable future in the event that we require your services.
For your current plans, I guess. What is your timeline on talks with Balesville, if any?
They look at each other. We're still trying to hammer out the details, but it's intimidating talking to a legend.
Stop thinking of him as a legend, then.
And Talbrak's like, oh, I like the spice in him. You break the image, break the man.
I mean, with all due respect, there are other things that we have to do. We cannot just sit here for months.
And
It's
Dream
like,
pipes
how
in.
much
We do understand the precarious, somewhat the precarious nature of your situation, as Charity is often sharing some things with me, though not usually full details. But I do understand that you have some other assignments.
Drac visibly chuckles at that.
But we are also in need, and would you turn your back on all of us as well?
I mean, we
There
can
will
stay
not
for
be
some.
people to turn backs on if we do not accomplish what we are set out to accomplish as well.
Whole ascendancy won't matter. There won't be a rebellion. There won't be a learned circle.
Gath Pollenbay pipes in a bit hot. Well then, if you're not going to be helping us, our resources are no longer at your disposal, and you might as well forget everything we've agreed on.
Fine, and then what are you going to do? You seem to need us too. Right now, the keep is also a thing that we're going to have to maintain. Staying here, the main way that we make money is by traveling and doing things. We want to help, but we're saying that we can't just sit around here like lapdogs.
And we don't intend to just sit around. We just need to solidify what our plan is, and when we can detail that, we will notify you. But things do take time regardless.
And we need some amount of a timeline.
And we will try and get that for you.
Okay,
It seems we're in agreement then.
for now.
As it always should be. Alright. Well, we'll keep you notified. Report to the keep. Have a look around to make yourselves at home. Hopefully we can get out of some hot weather here soon.
I hope so.
And perhaps we can, and he looks over to Dream June, we can figure something out about this stone. It's so inconvenient that it only works once a day.
You're telling me.
Yes, well, I'll see what our enchanters can do to upgrade that. All right. Well, with that being said, have a good night, everybody, and may the gods be with us all.
Like, once we're out the door, I'm like, a group of people that lost everything. Like, some of these people have families that have lost everything up here. How easily they forget.
Perhaps we need to set our own timeline. We
Yep.
decide to leave in 10 days. We let them know, and if they have figured out what they want from us by then, we can help. Otherwise, we will be on our way.
We have some time. We
I
do have
suppose.
a few months.
Sure, of course.
What was it, about 3? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
I think it was 4
4
months or
months.
something.
Yeah.
I say we give this learned circle a month to sort its shit out, and after that we go and fix this
I
shit.
think if we have literally no new information from them in a month, I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
I think if they
Sir.
have an idea, it's worth waiting.
I just am concerned that there is one day a month that we can get into this other enclave if we do not figure it out on the first month. You know,
Yeah.
The
Don't
time
know
is
if it's
limited.
just one day. Usually the phases last a few, but
We
yes,
don't
we
know.
have.
Still, it's a short range, and we need to take advantage of it. What if we get there and there's some elaborate puzzle that could take us days to solve?
Fair.
Completely.
Yeah. Well, there's one
Is
thing we've
there-
learned is that ancient beings really like fucking riddles.
Well, when you live
But Azari
so
is good at
many
solving them.
years,
That's true.
you have to do something to keep things interesting. I'm
So
gonna say,
bad at
like,
riddles.
you know, we get through this all, and we got to keep our keep and stuff after all of this. My door's gonna have some stupid riddle to get in.
You know,
Like,
I
a
dread,
different riddle every day.
I dread the day that I am old because I'm gonna be the only old guy that's bad at riddles.
It comes
Don't
with
worry.
time. You'll get there.
Gideon, I'm sure you'll get better at it.
I'm sure. I like point back to the room that like we walked in out of. And I was like, when a bunch of them get old, they're not going to be good at riddles.
You know what? That's fair. Okay, maybe we'll hang out then. With the
Now,
bad
what
at
were you
riddles
going
club.
to say?
They don't understand the full significance of what we're trying to do. Is there any reason that we're not providing them that information? I mean, Charity had filled them in somewhat, but I don't think they understand entirely what it is, because we also think that there's a connection between that and what Kardrak is doing. So isn't it better for us to be on the same page?
You're not wrong. And that bit with Manon is definitely part of that, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of a useless bit of information for them to have without the rest of it.
And I also don't think, just looking at the comparison to the elders back home, they have different levels of thinking. They're not worried about things outside of their purview.
I mean, I get it. They're, you know, it's for them. It does make sense that their focus would be local. That's kind of what they were hired to do. But I think without having the entirety of the information that we have, I mean, I'm sure we're not the only group of adventurers that have made some claim about trying to stop something world-ending. You know, I just think they might need context to understand fully what we're trying to say. That's all.
I think you're right. We're probably not the only ones who have said things like this, and I think it's a hard concept to grasp. You know, I think what Drax said, we've seen every leader of a place that we've gone to, their priority is the people who are there right then.
And really the only people who have had purview interest beyond that have been these druids that we've met. At least Huyan had an idea of the bigger picture.
Well, maybe if in 2 weeks we haven't heard anything, we can come back and just explain a little bit more fully what it is that draws us away from here in a way that doesn't get heated, if possible.
I appreciate the passion, though, friends. It's good to know that we have such fierce people fighting to save the world.
Certainly doesn't hurt.
Perspective of problems, kind of like, it's like looking at the things here and it's like, okay, this is like such a tiny thing in the grand scheme.
Like
But it's not for them.
Balesville's my home, and yeah, it's. I'm with you here. Like, you know, Balesville could be wiped off the map, but we'd still have the rest of the world to save.
But we still think that there's a connection, don't we, between
I
it
think
all?
there is,
So
but
I think it's one small piece of the bigger thing that we're working on, but I don't think it's something to write off completely. I don't trust whatever Kardrak is doing. I think it's probably bigger than what they're imagining as well.
oh, I just had a terrible thought. Hey,
Oh, boy.
Drac, have you reached out to Renan recently at all?
No.
Well, I just had a thought that, Kardrak and Sarze had a means of keeping a track on us and everything like that. So they could have seen us meet with various important people, druids included. Just saying,
Well,
they did employ the Shade Hand. Some of the best assassins in the world. What better way to secure the end of the world than to just send one of them?
I guess they wouldn't know. Our meeting with Renan was before we were ever on Kardrak's radar, right? So
Yeah, because like
I mean-
Shizumi is safe in the Water Enclave.
Mhm.
Nobody's fucking climbing that mountain. No, you couldn't pay an assassin that much to go up that hill. Maybe you could, but I don't know what the Enclave is like where Renan is.
Probably on fire.
Okay, there's probably some
well,
safety.
I'm glad we don't have to go there.
But I mean, it wouldn't hurt anyways just to reach out and maybe just update them a little bit
Yeah,
Yes.
and
it's a
also
good
see
idea.
if they've been successful, because
True.
it would be unfortunate to think we have 4 months to do one enclave when actually it's 2 if something went wrong. So
yeah.
All right. Good thoughts. All right. I could send them a message right now if we want, or we can wait a bit.
Sure, let's
maybe
get it out of the way.
once. Yeah, we could do it when we get back to the inn if that's where we're heading, so we can kind of craft
Hmm.
what we want to say.
Right,
Well,
25
shall we head to
words.
the Arturian Knights first and make some more money?
Oh yeah.
Drop the stuff off at least.
Yeah, let's make some cash.
All right, and thankfully, Frostjaw Tower is like right beside the Hall of the Learned, so convenient.
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 Isn't it?
Frostjaw Tower is this like tall turret of a building, like right beside the more elegantly crafted, like 2 to 3 story building that is the Hall of the Learned. The tower is just this pillar of stone, with a main front door through the front. I assume a lot of you go in.
Yeah.
It is
Oh, yeah.
unmanned.
Cool.
Though in the courtyard beside it, there is like some sword fighting and some training happening, and you can smell the scent of smoke as some people are smithing in the back areas of this this kind of courtyard-ish. But you guys step inside, and in the main front area, there are a few tables set up, and at these tables, there are individuals in different degrees of armor. It seems each of them is individually fashioned. There's no particular uniform for these knights, it seems. Some of them are interestingly colored as well. Some of them are typical iron. Some of them are steel. Some of them are mithril. Like, there are degrees of metals, degrees of craftsmanship. And for the most part, many of these individuals are reading. There are books that line the shelves in here on bookshelves, and a couple of staircases go up to a second level where a further staircase spirals up to other levels of this tower. One of the knights sets down their book on the table, a human with red hair. Hi, how can I help you?
Yeah, have a bunch of like rare items, unique metals, weaponry, and stuff that we had come across in our travels, and we were told here would be they might be of interest to the Arturian Knights, and we might be able to sell them.
Sure. Let me go get the Armadon. That'll kind of be his call to see if we want this kind of stuff. So give me a moment. I'll see if I can go hunt him down. And he kind of, well, he's like, actually, follow me up to the second level up here so we can get you out of the main entryway. So he brings you guys up a kind of curved staircase to a higher up platform which looks down on the main entryway over a railing. And there are a surprising amount of like books and tomes in here. Like, it seems like that this, in addition to being a place stationed for knights, it also seems to be a place of learning in a way, which is not kind of what you would expect out of a warrior order. But then this gentleman goes off to try and find the Armadon. Sorry, one moment.
Drac will pull a book off the shelf and just kind of thumb through it.
Many of these books, as you kind of like thumb through them and like take a look at what it is these people are kind of reading, it's like interesting in that a lot of them are like philosophy. A lot of them are morality, code. Some of them are instructional, smithing, guides in how to properly run a forge, temperatures to run your metal at. A combination of self-improvement, both mentally and through craft, are a lot of what these seem to be. Eventually coming back down the stairs, followed by the individual you've met a couple of times in adamantine armor, a tiefling with one single horn that comes up and over the head, teal coloration, and a gray beard. Varric Ironbender. Ah, okay. Hello. I know these people. You can go back to whatever you were doing before. The Arturian Knight has notified me that you have potential items that we might be interested in.
Like, lay everything I have out.
Lay it all out.
Is some of it like in the, like, I'm assuming like pit, bag of holding?
Yeah, it's kind
Yeah,
of
we'll
all
just kind
the-
of pull it all out.
He seems like unfazed and just kind of like stoic about like this display of, I pull a long sword out of his small bag. I make a pit in the middle of the floor. He's just kind of watching as you guys get all these things out, arms crossed, watching. Where did you procure this? It's clearly a lumberite in nature.
That's exactly where.
Well,
That's correct.
all the sites we are aware of have been cleared out.
There's some other ones.
Very well, going to be coy. I see. Very well, we'll still take it off your hands. And he begins to go through the items you've brought and assess. Where did I put it?
Is that his appraisal sound?
Yeah. He's like looking over, grouchy guy with beard.
If I wanted to keep back one of the shields, would that like really affect anything?
No, I can take it off the cost.
Okay. I just think having one of them would be kind of nice, just in case.
Sure. Removing one of the shields from the offer, he offers to pay you 4,400 gold pieces and 270 platinum.
Whoa.
Holy shit, dang.
What is the conversion again? How much is that
That's
gold?
2,000 gold.
Blah, 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 blah. Sweet.
Like platinum to gold, yeah.
Right on. Yep.
2,700 in platinum.
Yeah. It's a pretty
I
good
don't-
deal.
I don't feel like bartering with these guys. So.
Gideon, does that seem good to you?
Gideon?
It's just silent.
Yeah. I will take
He's
his
like,
silence as a resounding
he's
yes.
Stunned.
Just a smile on his face.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, let's take
Yeah,
it.
let's take it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I will have somebody down with a chest filled with the required payment. Feel free to leave these here. We'll have somebody collect them up. I'm glad to see you're all back in one piece. I'm sure you've
Yeah.
met with the Learned Circle at this point.
We have.
I hope everything's going well. Now, I do want to clarify my position as Armadon of the Arturian Knights. Though our past meetings have been in context of the Learned Circle. I do want to specify that the purpose of this order is to make sure that there is no corruption amongst the Ascendancy. So, know that I am an entity separate from them, though they often do seek me for guidance. And hopefully, as previous Armadon, Talbrak, also on the Learned Circle, would still respect our code. So,
Has there ever been issues of the Circle trying to not respect that code?
you mean like previous Armadons appearing on the Circle and then not respecting that code?
That, or like, even just as a whole, I guess, you know, if you're saying you're kind of a separate entity, meant to kind of balance out any corruption that could be in that, and trying to sway, bribe.
Right,
you know,
trying to influence this faction. In my recollection, I don't think anybody has had the guts to try it, as the Arturian Knights were crafted in the Diarch's name, so it's only been 50 years. Give it another 50, maybe somebody will be ballsy enough to give that a shot, but I think it's fresh enough that nobody would dare.
That's good to know.
And as long as I'm around, that will continue to be the case. Well, if that's all you need of me, you all have a great day. And he goes back up the stairs.
Okay, what was that number again?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
You got
4,400.
45. Oh yeah, 4,400 because now took the shield, and 270 platinum pieces.
Making bank.
Making bacon sandwich.
How much is that each?
Yeah.
Some mild division here. Okay, well, 4,400 doesn't split nicely.
44 becomes 733 and 33333.
Yeah. But what was the platinums? 270?
270, yep.
Yeah, that one actually works out. That's 45 platinum each, so that's handy.
And how much gold?
It's not a good number, so we'll have to do some finagling.
Oh, very well.
I think there's 2 gold pieces. So everyone gets 733, and then there's 2 gold pieces left.
Okay.
Someone take it.
Sure, I'll do
Buying
it.
some more diamonds. Yeah.
Close to
Dang.
and sorry, how much was the gold? 733?
733.
Cool.
It was 45 platinum.
Yeah. Feel bad because Teni definitely made it so that things would divide up equally.
You just had to keep a fucking shield. I hope you're
Appreciate
happy.
you. I just feel like it's a cool thing, and maybe I want to put it in my Alumbrite museum one day.
Wow, doesn't
so.
it feel like Nell should lose some money for keeping a piece of the loot?
I didn't take the 2 gold, and I'm about to sell a really nice item to give us big money, so.
That's true.
Big monies, that's all going to go to
No
paying
way.
for this keep.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We're gonna have
500
to-
a month? Are you
We're
kidding
just
me?
gonna
But they said they had tourism, right?
We're
We'll just
just-
keep that going.
Yeah.
We're just gonna
Yeah.
tourism going?
buy the fucking land off of
Tyrone
them.
could be the
He's
tour
a
guide.
tour
That'd be
guide.
so
Oh my
good.
god, I'd never stop going on his tour.
Yeah.
People,
Guys, forget about the
understanding
end of the
to,
world. I'm gonna
is that-
die here.
Yeah, my understanding is that we're not paying rent on the place. It costs that much to maintain a
Correct.
building of that size.
Yeah,
That
but
is
that's why
correct.
we need the
Staffing.
tourism to offset it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the cost of maintaining the building and also paying your staff.
Right on.
So we just let it go to shit when we're like, oh, we're done with this.
No. It's fine.
Wow.
Okay.
But we know some good people to employ, if they want.
Yeah.
Well,
What are
we
your
have
plans?
lots of money and lots of things to use it for, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Let's
I'm
go
gonna
bet
talk
it all
to,
on the petroleum.
when we grab drinks with that crowd. I'm gonna talk to him about getting a new gun. Something bigger.
I need to go buy lots and lots of diamonds. If I can, I'm gonna try to find one for each of you, but it might be
Yeah, I
hard.
think money isn't our problem in that situation.
Yes.
It's the diamond
The amount of
economy of
diamonds.
Brawl Bar.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Are we
start
going
with
to buy
jewelry
them all out?
stores.
We'll find out.
I wonder if there like, is there a district that has like more smiths, less like artificers?
That was kind of like the area where Eckhart is, right? Artifice Alley?
Yeah, I
Looking
mean,
for
it's-
ones who maybe can craft like a sword, as opposed to like. Mostly, I just want like looking for someone who might be able to make me a melee weapon that can overcome resistances. Because my rapier, just when things get close, they resist it. It's like, oh shit.
well, I mean, it kind of sounds like you might still need an artificer, but depending on the material, I mean, you could go near the Prolium. There's certain to be some weaponsmiths up there, like Diandar's right next door too. If you got Tech Gideon with you, maybe. Otherwise, Artifice Alley is still probably a good bet, despite being predominantly artificers. There are likely still some master smiths there.
Could also see if you could use some of the bug parts to craft. Might give it a little bit of something. I don't know.
Maybe that blood in it,
Mm-hmm.
like hot blood, if it was like infused into like the sword could. Maybe.
It'd make a great weapon.
Make an intelligence check, Azaria.
Can I assist?
Sure.
It's fine. I'm good at this. 17, or I
Okay.
guess if I'm getting the help, 16.
Liquids and weapons usually tend to exist in the form of, I apply a potion to a weapon. After a while, that potency disappears. If you were to, put the fluid in a weapon, it would also wear off at some point, and you'd have a sloshy weapon. So it might not actually be a great idea, unless you were to apply it to the blade of a weapon.
Cool.
At this point, Azari, you hear the sensation of the sending stones going off.
Like, pick up the stone.
Gath Bay, we forgot to ask you about. Apparently, some people have arrived at the keep that are opposed. It's apparently part of your organization. Just wanted to confirm in order to allow them entry.
Yep. There should be. And then I was like, 1 second. And then I was like, who all did we send over to the keep?
Oh my
Putting
god,
them on hold.
it's
Monty
it's
Finn.
it's Paladins of Fyra and a couple other people. But if they're not associated with the Paladins, probably not.
Yeah, there should be some Paladins of Fyra and a guy named Monty.
Just some guy.
It's just a guy.
A farmer from Balesville.
You, of course, get no response, but
Yeah.
you gave an answer.
It's a fucking nightmare. I mean, Drac, can you not message the people at the keep?
I could.
Yeah, we need to do that anyways. Can you just send a
Let
message
them know
to
that we're here.
yeah, Finn or my dad, and that will probably, I guess, tomorrow we could swing by. If we take the train, it's super fast. I really want to see
Take the
this.
train.
Yeah, take the train, see the keep, know what that's all about.
Okay. Just so you all know, I'm running low on these messages today.
Understandable.
Okay. So I'll send a message to Finn.
Yeah, or my dad, either way.
Okay. I'll send one to Finn because I feel like his response will be funnier. What am I saying again? Sorry.
We're in Pearl Bar. We'll probably be there tomorrow. Anything you need us to pick up in the city. And then like a
Gotcha.
prolonged fart sound.
I'll do my
Okay.
best. Okay. Finn, hello. Your favorite people are in Brobar. We'll be by the keep tomorrow. Do you have a grocery list? And
So what? Did you like pass through Smallkeep or we're like, nah, not yet? As far as grocery list goes, we'd like to get in. Thanks.
I'll relate that. He didn't mention anything about the fart sound. I'm a little disappointed.
Did someone already ask us about getting them in? Like,
That's why I was concerned. I feel like
Yeah.
we heard about this days ago.
I think
Yeah, like
Charity
we were-
was the one that had asked you.
and then she was like, just kidding.
Well, she's not part of the Learned Circle.
Oh.
Communication lines need to be opened up a bit, I think.
Yeah. Well, okay.
They'll figure it
I'll get it.
out. But yes, he didn't want anything. It was just they want to get in. So
Fair. Okay. Well, we can go first thing tomorrow if people aren't down for that.
yeah, sounds good to me.
I mean, I have shopping I would like to do in the city, but
We still have time. The day is young.
But I mean, it's also, it's not
suppose.
like, I think the benefit of the train is that it doesn't have to be like, we're go there, we're
we can go there
stuck
and
there.
come back.
'Cause it's, if it's only
feel
like
like it
half an
may be-
hour.
Quite an event for me to get through all of this, but
So, what I'm going to propose, Dallas, if you can, if there's something you want to buy like immediately, we'll do that. But if you have like a long shopping list, we may do that between the sessions, because I would like to end this episode at the keep.
Yeah. Okay. We
Oh.
can go. It's fine.
We can say you bought things.
Can I buy my
yeah.
material components?
Yeah, for sure.
oh, fine.
Yeah, what I mean, Robar is a big enough city. You could probably find the material components you need, unless it's, hand of a small child. You'll probably be fine.
How
get that
about
one
a
yourself.
pickled tentacle and an eyeball in an inlet vial? How do you feel about that?
Excuse me, what was that?
A pickled tentacle and an eyeball in a
So-
little vial?
Surprisingly, I think that's fine.
Great, perfect. I would like to buy that also.
There's tons of water in your pool.
Down at the
There's
corner
so much
store,
fun.
they have one.
Yeah, big lake near
I feel like we
Bull
go
Bar,
into like the
octopus.
weirdest, most occult stores.
Yes, welcome to my store. You looking for things to buy? Eh, you came for the tentacle. Listen, you want to buy an eye
my
for an
pickled
eye?
tentacles, don't worry. Got
Tentacle
'em.
for tentacle, as they say.
Oh, Adam's internet is telling us to hurry up.
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
I
he
like
seems
that.
fine.
Is it?
Oh,
Yeah,
Was it?
you're a little
kinda-
choppy, but
A little choppy.
don't worry, we'll get there.
Okay, that's fine. We can go.
Vamos a la keep.
To the train!
All right. So the next day, you guys get your full rest, and I believe at this point that brings Abe down to -1 on his death penalty.
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Getting there.
go.
And so the lot of you make your way up to the landing district, where the Grand Trainway Station is, which was, funnily enough, designed and spearheaded by Dream Juné, one of the Learned Circle. That's kind of her big achievement in this city. It is a beautiful station with kind of reminiscent of the Temple of the Higher Planetary. It's got like big windows that just allow sunlight to pour in. There are fountains and like water fixtures that like shoot jets of water and just make a beautiful display in this place. And you guys get there at about like 9 o'clock ish in the morning. And there's just it's this long train, like several cars. And it's just kind of sat on top of these tracks that you guys have seen being built around the Ascendancy for months. But the thing has no wheels, which is weird. But They have these ramps that go onto the main docking landing, and they're allowing people onto the train. Because of your guys' discount, you're only going to have to pray.
You just have to pray? Oh, that's
Yeah.
easy.
Wow.
Easy
We
peasy.
were.
No, you'll only be paying 5 gold pieces for your trip, showing proof of identity of you guys being the Seekers of Sycramund.
Sorry, 5 gold pieces?
5 gold pieces.
Damn, that's a fat discount.
Not quite 50%. And what happens next is you all see this interestingly dressed, they look like a wizard, but a bit more casual. They got this like cap on, and they make their way to the front of the train. You guys all situate yourselves in seats with like a table. Like this is meant to be like a nice thing. Like some of the cheapest travel you could do for such speed. Apparently you haven't experienced the speed yet, but this might be the evolution of travel. And then suddenly you see from the sides of the train like water shoot up, like a wave had hit the train, and it shoots up. You could see through the windows, and it like falls down to the track, and suddenly you feel the train like floating. And then suddenly the train begins moving forward. Underneath the train, the water that has pooled up by magic is now kind of cycling itself, allowing the train to move forward as if on a river. And eventually it continues to pick up speed. You guys are in the train yard now. There are coaches that are still being built. There's a lot of, tools, and there's a hole in the mountain that seems to suggest that there's going to be another track that's eventually developed, going around the north side of the Ashfall Mountains. But as you're looking at that, suddenly you yourselves are in a tunnel. The lights have gone out. Well, unless you have like a candle lit or something. But it is dark. You're inside a hole in the mountain. And the train continues moving forward. And suddenly light is back, and you're moving down a hill, down the train track, and you can see the farmland and the Kaviran Mountains off to your left. Farmland stretching. If only you hadn't been on an airship. What a view that was. This is a different view. You've seen these views before, but now you're moving swiftly. The train continues to move, and as you're kind of going down a hill, you get the sensation of coolness, a sudden temperature drop. That water you've seen splashing now turns to frost and to snow billowing off the sides, as suddenly now this water ahead of the track turns to ice, and the train luges along the track. And behind the train, that ice turns back into water and cycles itself back to the front, turning back into ice to allow this train to continue to move. And across the summer landscape, you luge to Smallkeep. And in a half hour's time, that ice, that cool temperature drops as the train begins to slow down and the ice gives way to water once again. And this train comes to a stop in a station at Smallkeep and lowers itself as the water drains out of the track. A whistle goes off, the doors are opened, and the ramps are lowered. Welcome once again to the town of Smallkeep. A place where you know that nearby is a portal to the Wilder. Your keep sits upon a hill, and Drak once tried to get Gideon a discount on bullets, but accidentally failed him.
Yup. Forgot about that.
I know, the callbacks. You guys get off the train, having experienced the trainway for the first time. And wow. What was a day has turned into a half hour. Miraculous. But you have a keep to get to, and a lot of people waiting for you, apparently. So you make your way through the small town and toward the keep you've seen up on the hill. And there are a few tents set up outside this walled keep. And a few tents set up inside, because it's kind of a two-tiered thing. Not two-tiered, but kind of two-walled, I guess. You make your way up the hill, and you see many paladins of Fyra. You see Finn, who's like, you finally decided to show up. And Montgomery, who punches him, almost knocking him over.
All right.
And let me just bring you all over to the map of Smallkeep.
Monty.
Wow!
Whoa.
Look at it!
There's so many
Whoa.
rooms.
So many
my-
things!
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god.
Places.
Are there
Holy
47 things listed on here?
Yo,
Holy
it's a
shit.
it is a big fucking shame that we're gonna give this
Secret tunnel.
What? Where?
Oh,
Never
38!
been.
Yeah.
Secret
38.
tunnel.
Welcome
I
to
wanna go there.
Smallkeep.
Secret.
You can see the exterior of the keep on the left side. Most everybody's waiting for you in this section with tents. There's a stable here. There's a farmhouse. But that's where we're going to leave off tonight's session.
Wow.
I wanna
You
look
guys
around.
have finally made it to your keep. And
Let's go.
you sold a lot of things. You made a lot of money. Holy cow. Also, thank you, Soko, for the compliments on the map.
Yeah, this is so cool.
This map is
Freaking
amazing.
beautiful.
Dibs the grand study.
No, you
Uh,
can't. Absolutely not.
There's like
We can
30
have an
tables in
There's a
intelligence
there.
smaller
off
study
for
you
it.
can have.
I think we
All
can have
right.
an intelligence off for the grand study.
Okay.
Intelligence.
Oh, you guys
That's
can play
not
Dragon
fair.
Every
Chess.
single
True.
intelligence check we go
Yeah.
through, and whoever gets the most
I
of
think
each
you
one.
have the upper hand in that, but okay.
Oh, there's a training area in the basement. Let's go.
I'm sharing with you guys a handout version of this map, so you'll always have it on hand, as well as a lot of details for this keep, including some of the current staff working there. You, of course, are free to hire people into positions. You have 20 skilled hirelings you can have, just based on the size of this place, and you'll have 40 unskilled hirelings, which is basically, manual labor and people cleaning and whatnot.
That's so many people.
Yep.
Good lord.
This keep is going to be home to about 66 people.
What's up? That's
And-
a lot of
That's
people.
a village.
And one small mushroom man.
Hell yeah.
He gets the grand study.
You know what? That
He
seems
deserves
fair.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, there's a panic room.
Oh yeah, every good
the-
fort's gotta have a panic
Can we
room.
rename that the brooding room?
Panic attack room.
There you go.
Oh.
There's a fucking brewery and a game
Oh.
room.
Well, if you guys are
Major
going to dwell on
Domo's
this, I
house.
should probably go back to the screen so people can still
Oh,
watch
we're
it.
dwelling.
We're
We
getting
be
dwelling.
dwelling.
How are we
This
not
will
going to
be our
dwell on this?
dwelling.
There's so much
Confiscated
detail.
item area.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Wait,
Dwelling
what?
on this, dwelling.
Where all the drugs we get will go.
Oh, there's a
what are we gonna
meditation
do
room.
with that?
Drugs. I just said.
So just to clarify, the town of Smallkeep. So this is a castle within the town of Smallkeep, right?
That is correct.
Overlooks the town.
Yeah, it stands on a hill. And this was the place where the Battle of Brolbar was first staged by the heroes of Brolbar. And the war basically took place starting here, met in the field between here and Brolbar. And Logan's character in the previous campaign made a hole in the wall to get into the space where Gideon's character, or where Ryan's character, previously slew many dozens of humanoids
Oh,
in a single go.
that was such a good moment.
That was peak stealth gameplay right there.
Mhm.
And your throat, and your throat, and your throat.
Yep, all the silent throat slits. It was big
Mhm.
nice.
Oh,
Wow.
well,
Brilliant.
I mean, it's so exciting to finally have the fort for you guys. You've been away traveling for so long. It's we're probably going to have some downtime coming up, seeing as though you've got money, you've got items, you've got a keep, you've got let's have some fun with all this.
Yeah.
But I guess we don't really get to enjoy this until 2 weeks from now when we come back for more Play Dicely. But for you guys in the Roll20, I'll leave it on this page so you guys can have a look at this. Of course, this is just the starting layout. If you want to pitch to me like, I want to repurpose a room, I want to renovate, I want to refit a room, we will discuss costs. There will be costs. But I'm going to let you guys have a lot of fun with this. Yeah, but that being said, thank you everybody for joining us here tonight. As I said, we'll be back in 2 weeks, which should be April 30th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you haven't already, follow us on YouTube, where you can watch all the VODs, recaps, if you want to speed up through all of our previous episodes to catch up to our live streams so you have all the context, as well as the after parties, which we discuss all the fun theories, the background kind of info, the character mindsets, what goes into making the maps and the battles, and how much of a sadist I am. Sorry, guys.
Talk about other stuff.
As
That's
long
only
as
like
you
80%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of conspiracy theories about
Mhm.
what's happening.
Lots of
Tinfoil
tinfoil
hats
hats.
galore.
Make sure
Oh.
you craft yourself a tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
It's extremely important.
It's on
Mandatory.
90% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
And every
the
once
last
in a while,
episode.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Occasionally, Logan will
Right.
actually show up.
Yeah. Once a year, Logan
Yeah.
decides that we're friends again and shows up to my show. And
Hey,
Logan
for every-
graces us with his presence.
For every follower, there's another 0.5% chance that Logan will attend an after party. So
yeah.
let's pump those numbers up, baby.
All right.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, I feel like this is the third time I've closed this now. So let's get out of here. We're gonna call it a night. We're gonna figure out what the name for this episode's gonna be. And until next time, may you stay kind, stay happy, and as always, play dicely. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
And also
Be-
stay with us as we go and raid somebody else. Wee.